In June 1941, Adolf Hitler unleashed the largest military invasion in human history, expecting the Soviet Union to collapse in a matter of weeks. Instead, his invincible armies marched straight into a nightmare. Over the next 4 hours, we will trace the complete, brutal arc of the Eastern Front. From the freezing gates of Moscow to the massive, inescapable encirclements of Kiev, Stalingrad, and Korsun, the traps the Germans called Kesselschlachten, Cauldrons. Welcome to WW2 Cauldron. Let's step into the fire.
June 1941. Adolf Hitler stood before his generals with absolute certainty. The Soviet Union was a rotten structure, he told them. Germany need only kick in the door and the whole thing will come crashing down. Within 6 months, 775,000 German soldiers would be dead, wounded, or missing. This wasn't a battlefield defeat. This was a planning room catastrophe. A strategic delusion rooted in racist contempt that refused to see the enemy as they truly were. Hitler didn't just lose a campaign. He proved that ideology divorced from reality isn't strength. It's suicide. This is the story of how Nazi racism didn't just corrupt morality. It destroyed military strategy, turning tactical brilliance into a death sentence for 3 million men. December 18, 1940. Hitler signed Directive 21, the formal order for Operation Barbarossa. The document didn't call for careful strategic analysis. It demanded faith. Religious, ideological faith that the communist state would collapse because it had to collapse. Why? Because Judeo-Bolshevik leadership was inherently weak. Because Slavic peoples were racially inferior. Because Aryan forces represented destiny itself. This wasn't propaganda for newspapers. This was operational planning. The concept of Lebensraum, living space, shaped concrete military objectives. Field Marshals Walter von Brauchitsch, Franz Halder, and Wilhelm Keitel translated Hitler's racial fantasies into actual orders. Seize Ukrainian grain. Capture Caucasian oil. Eliminate the Jewish communist threat. Professional military officers, men trained to calculate logistics and assess enemy capabilities, became executors of an ideological vision that treated warfare as racial destiny rather than strategic challenge. Franz Halder's war diary reveals what happened to dissent. Internal debates about Soviet depth did occur. Senior commanders like Gerd von Rundstedt and Fedor von Bock privately expressed concerns about the vast Soviet interior. But questioning whether the Soviets would collapse quickly wasn't just military pessimism. In Hitler's command structure, it was heresy. It meant you didn't believe in Nazi racial theory itself. So, the doubts were buried. The concerns were dismissed. And the planning continued on a foundation of delusion. The most damning evidence lies in how intelligence was processed. The Abwehr and Fremde Heere Ost, Foreign Armies East, provided accurate tactical data. They counted Soviet divisions. They tracked troop movements. They identified weaknesses in border defenses. But when analysts tried to evaluate Soviet capacity to replace losses, to mobilize reserves, to sustain industrial production, ideology filtered every conclusion. Soviet organizational capacity was dismissed as inherently inferior. Why? Because the analysts couldn't imagine Asiatic peoples under Jewish Bolshevik rule matching German efficiency. They didn't want to imagine it. So they didn't. The conflict was real. German military professionalism versus Nazi ideological certainty. The amplification was systematic. Hitler's inner circle reinforced racial assumptions until dissenting intelligence assessments became career-ending. The transformation was complete. What should have been sober military analysis became ideologically driven wishful thinking. The catastrophe was locked in before the 1st Panzer crossed the border. But ideology doesn't win wars. Intelligence, logistics. and industrial capacity do. And on every one of these measures, German planning was about to collide with a reality they refused to see. German intelligence officers stared at reports showing Soviet tank numbers that should have been impossible. Over 10,000 tanks in the western military districts alone. Their solution wasn't to revise their assumptions. It was to assume the Soviets were lying. The Abwehr and Fremde Heere Ost had done their homework on deployments. They knew where Soviet units were positioned. They identified tactical weaknesses. They successfully mapped the frontline forces. But they catastrophically underestimated strategic reserves and industrial mobilization capacity. Yes, the Soviets had over 10,000 tanks. But German analysts dismissed most as obsolete BT and T-26 models, relics that would crumble before modern panzers. What they failed to grasp was the production reality behind those numbers. The Soviet Union could replace losses faster than Germany could inflict them. The production capacity required for such replacement rates was deemed impossible. Why? Because Nazi ideology insisted the USSR was a backward Asiatic nation. Then German tankers met the T-34, 76.2mm gun. 45mm of sloped armor that deflected German shells like rain off a roof. The KV-1 heavy tank was even worse. 90mm of armor that German guns couldn't penetrate at combat range. German Panzer IIIs carried 37 to 50mm guns and just 30mm of armor. The Panzer IV's 75mm gun was short-barreled and low velocity, inadequate against Soviet steel. The technical superiority German planners had counted on didn't exist. Worse, only 3,350 German tanks faced an enemy that could mass-produce superior armor. Franz Halder's diary records the nightmare unfolding in real time. Soviet divisions the Wehrmacht had destroyed reappeared within days. New armies materialized from the east. Units German intelligence said didn't exist. Each entry shows growing alarm. Each report contradicts the planning assumptions. The enemy was supposed to be finished. Instead, they kept coming. Reinhard Gehlen, head of Fremde Heere Ost, provided accurate data about Soviet reserves. His reports documented the depth of Soviet mobilization capacity. The leadership misinterpreted every data point to fit their preconceptions. Obsolete tanks don't matter. Reserves must be limited. Soviet leadership must be incompetent. The conflict was undeniable. Frontline intelligence officers reported troubling data that contradicted leadership assumptions. The amplification was systematic. Each report was filtered through an ideological lens that reinterpreted evidence to fit Nazi racial theory. The transformation was fatal. By invasion day, German commanders believed their own propaganda, creating a disconnect between expectation and reality that no amount of battlefield success could bridge. Meanwhile, Stalin committed his own mirror image intelligence failure. Richard Sorge, Soviet spy in Tokyo, sent precise warnings about the invasion date and scale. Other sources confirmed the intelligence. Stalin dismissed them all as British disinformation designed to provoke war between Germany and the USSR. But here's the critical difference. Stalin's system, for all its brutality and initial chaos, proved capable of strategic recovery. The Soviet state could adapt. Hitler's rigid ideology could not. When reality contradicted Nazi racial theory, Hitler chose theory. Every time. German tanks rolled east that June morning carrying ammunition, fuel, and a fatal cargo of assumptions. Assumptions that would run out long before their supplies did. The German advance covered up to 600 kilometers in the opening weeks. Rapid. Devastating. Unstoppable. It masked a fatal vulnerability. Supply lines stretched beyond breaking point. By July and August 1941, Panzer Group Guderian reported less than 2 days' fuel supply. 2 days. Elite, armored units, the spearhead of the entire invasion, were running dry while still hundreds of kilometers from their objectives. By autumn, daily supply delivery dropped to 20 to 30% of requirements. 20 to 30%. The offensive was strangling on its own logistics. The rail gauge difference between German and Soviet track required time-consuming conversion. Every kilometer of advance created bottlenecks. Every victory pushed supplies further from the front. The rapid advance that looked like triumph was actually a rubber band stretching to breaking. And here's the detail that shatters the myth of German mechanization. Over 600,000 horses supported Wehrmacht logistics. 600,000 animals hauling supplies for the modern German army. The propaganda image of the fully mechanized Wehrmacht was a lie. The material constraints were real, but ideology refused to acknowledge them. Meanwhile, the Soviets executed the largest industrial evacuation in human history. Over 1,500 industrial enterprises were disassembled under German bombardment. Entire factories, tank production lines, aircraft assembly plants, munitions works were loaded onto trains bolt by bolt. Workers, machinery, raw materials, everything. Shipped eastward under fire. Rebuilt beyond German reach in the Urals and Siberia. This was the organizational feat German planners had dismissed as impossible for the inefficient Soviet bureaucracy. They were catastrophically wrong. Soviet industrial commissar managers, names often unrecorded but collectively heroic, coordinated this exodus while German bombs fell. Stalin's ruthless prioritization of industrial evacuation over immediate military needs proved strategically decisive. It was a calculation German racism prevented them from anticipating. German planners couldn't conceive that Slavic workers and engineers could achieve what Aryan industry could not. By late 1942, the answer became undeniable. Soviet tank and aircraft production exceeded Germany's. The nation Nazi racial theory, dismissed as incapable of sophisticated manufacturing, was outproducing the industrial powerhouse of Europe. The USSR was building superior T-34 tanks and Il-2 Sturmovix faster than Germany could destroy them. The conflict was brutal. Initial tactical victories created euphoria in German high command, while frontline units faced mounting supply crises. The amplification was geometric. As panzers advanced, their supply lines became rubber bands stretched to breaking. Every kilometer forward increased vulnerability. The transformation was complete. The very speed of German success became the mechanism of German failure. Meanwhile, Soviet industrial evacuation, deemed impossible by German racism, created the foundation for eventual victory. But the greatest miscalculation wasn't about tanks or trains. It was about people. The Germans had convinced themselves they were fighting a rotten structure ready to collapse. They were about to discover they'd invaded a nation willing to sacrifice everything. The initial German tactical superiority and Soviet chaos seemed to confirm every assumption. Millions of Soviet soldiers encircled. Catastrophic losses. Territory surrendered. Wehrmacht newsreels showed endless columns of prisoners marching west. Victory looked inevitable. But the asymmetry that mattered was strategic, not tactical. By December 1941, German casualties reached 775,000 killed, wounded, and missing, roughly 25% of the 3 million-man German invasion force. These were losses Germany's limited manpower pool could not sustain in a prolonged campaign. Yet Soviet military casualties exceeded 4 million in 1941 alone, including 2.6 million prisoners. Catastrophic losses that should have meant total collapse by every German calculation. Instead, the Soviets mobilized millions of new recruits by autumn. The Red Army replaced losses at rates German planners had deemed impossible. Soviet mobilization capacity shattered every German expectation. For every Soviet soldier the Wehrmacht killed, 2 more appeared from the endless East. You can see the realization dawn in the diary of Wilhelm Hoffmann, German soldier with the 18th Infantry Division. His entries trace an arc from confidence through shock to demoralization. The Russian troops are completely broken. Transforms into, "We have underestimated the Russians. We have underestimated their country." The personal journey of discovering his leaders had lied about the enemy and the war. Soviet war correspondent Vasily Grossman documented the other side, panic transforming into grim determination among Red Army troops. The psychological shift from fighting for Stalin to fighting for survival. His notebooks provide the human texture of Soviet resistance that German planners never imagined. The human dimension of Soviet resistance contradicted every Nazi assumption. When partisan fighter Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya faced execution by hanging, her last words became a symbol of national defiance. "You can't hang all 170 million of us." She understood what Hitler's planners could not. The Soviet Union represented a population willing to endure unimaginable suffering because they were fighting for survival, not conquest. Her defiance was a mathematical rebuke to German assumptions about Soviet morale and willpower. Meanwhile, Georgy Zhukov embodied Soviet strategic adaptation. From initial chaos to organized defense to counteroffensive. His operational competence contradicted every German assumption about Soviet military leadership being inherently incompetent due to Judeo-Bolshevik corruption. By December 1941, the German advance stalled before Moscow. Temperatures dropped to -40 degrees Celsius. German soldiers lacked winter equipment because planners assumed the campaign would be over before winter. The assumption was wrong. The soldiers froze. The conflict was existential. German soldiers experienced the gap between what they were promised and what they were facing. Endless Soviet reserves, superior tanks, brutal conditions. The amplification was relentless. Each final Soviet position revealed another line of defense. Each destroyed division was replaced. The T-34s kept coming. The transformation was psychological. The shift from conquerors to survivors. The realization that they were trapped in an unwinnable war of attrition. Hitler's rotten structure proved to be their own strategic planning. The door Hitler promised to kick in had become a wall, and behind it stood a nation that refused to be what Nazi ideology insisted it must be. In June 1941, Adolf Hitler stood at the peak of his power, commanding the most tactically proficient military in the world. He was convinced that racial destiny guaranteed his victory. 18 months later, the German 6th Army would be surrounded at Stalingrad. The myth of Wehrmacht invincibility would be shattered forever. Operation Barbarossa didn't fail because of Russian winter. It didn't fail because of any single battle. It failed in the planning rooms where ideology poisoned strategy. Every assumption that shaped German planning proved catastrophically wrong. Slavic peoples were not inferior. The Soviet state was not a house of cards. Communist leadership was not incompetent. Soviet industry was not primitive. The Soviets mobilized more men. They produced more tanks. They evacuated entire industries. They demonstrated a capacity for organized resistance that Nazi racism insisted was impossible. Franz Halder's diary documented the evidence. Wilhelm Hoffmann's letters captured the disillusionment. Soviet production statistics told the mathematical story. The reappearing divisions proved the mobilization capacity. All the evidence was there, but ideology is a powerful narcotic. And the Nazis had overdosed on their own propaganda. The historical parallel should have been a warning. 129 years earlier, Napoleon's Grande Armée followed the same road to the same disaster. Rapid advance. Logistical overextension. Underestimation of Russian strategic depth. Winter catastrophe. The lesson was there. German planners saw it and dismissed it because Nazi racial doctrine taught that Slavic peoples were inherently inferior, incapable of the resilience that destroyed Napoleon. Modern military academies now cite Operation Barbarossa as the definitive case study in strategic hubris, not just as tactical failure, but as a warning about how contempt corrupts analysis. Staff colleges teach that racial or cultural arrogance isn't merely morally wrong, it's operationally catastrophic. It poisons intelligence assessment. It distorts logistical planning. It creates strategic delusions that no amount of battlefield brilliance can overcome. German generals were among the finest tactical commanders in history, but they were planning an unwinnable war because ideology had predetermined their conclusions about Soviet weakness. Hitler kicked in the door expecting a rotten structure to collapse. Instead, he found 170 million people who refused to be what his ideology demanded they be. And that refusal buried the Third Reich in the snow outside Moscow, in the rubble of Stalingrad, and ultimately in the ruins of Berlin itself. Barbarossa stands as history's definitive lesson. Underestimate your enemy at your peril, but underestimate them because of racist contempt. And you don't just lose battles, you lose everything. The Nazis didn't just commit a military blunder. They proved that ideology divorced from reality is not strength, but suicide. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching. In December 1941, as German forces froze outside Moscow and Soviet reserves materialized from nowhere to launch a devastating counteroffensive, Chief of Staff Franz Halder recorded what was reportedly Hitler's declaration, "We have now lost the war," though historians debate whether these were his precise words. The moment marked the end of an illusion, that 3,350 German tanks could conquer a nation fielding 10,000 to 13,000, that racist ideology could substitute for intelligence, and that supreme confidence could overcome the mathematical impossibility of victory. June 22, 1941. As 3 million German soldiers crossed into Soviet territory in the largest invasion in human history, Adolf Hitler believed victory was inevitable. His confidence wasn't just military, it was ideological. The Führer had promised his generals that the Soviet Union would collapse like a house of cards. One swift kick, he said, and the whole rotten structure would come crashing down. The numbers tell the story of catastrophic delusion. Germany rolled eastward with 3,350 tanks, a formidable force that had crushed France. German intelligence had consistently underestimated Soviet reserves and industrial capability. They faced between 10 and 13,000 Soviet tanks, a disparity of 3 to 4 times. This wasn't a minor miscalculation. It was a failure rooted in ideology. The racist certainty that Slavic Untermenschen couldn't possibly have built a military machine of such scale. Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch watched his intelligence officers present their assessments. The reports seemed to confirm what Nazi racial theory already knew. The Soviets were inferior, disorganized, incapable of sustained resistance. The poor Soviet performance in Finland's Winter War had reinforced this toxic confidence. Wehrmacht officers told each other, "If the Finns humiliated the Red Army, we'll annihilate it." General Franz Halder, Chief of the Army General Staff, designed Operation Barbarossa as the ultimate Blitzkrieg. 3 massive army groups would drive north toward Leningrad, center toward Moscow, and south into resource-rich Ukraine. The same tactics that had terrified Europe would now destroy what Hitler called Judeo-Bolshevism and seize the Lebensraum he had promised in Mein Kampf. The Luftwaffe deployed 2,770 aircraft expecting to achieve air superiority within days. Every calculation pointed to swift victory. But the planning contained fatal flaws that ideological certainty had rendered invisible. Soviet rail gauges differed from German ones. Every kilometer of track would require manual conversion, depot by depot, mile by mile, causing crippling delays as supply lines stretched beyond sustainability. German trucks and vehicles, designed for Western European roads, would face mud and extreme temperatures they were never built to handle. The logistical arithmetic simply didn't work. But no one wanted to see it. Most critically, German intelligence had systematically underestimated Soviet industrial capacity and the regime's will to resist. This wasn't objective analysis. It was contempt, masquerading as expertise. The T-34, with its sloped 45mm armor, 76mm gun, and superior mobility, held significant advantages over German Panzer IIIs and IVs. The KV-1, with 76mm gun and up to 90mm of armor, was virtually invulnerable to most German anti-tank weapons. But German planners dismissed early reports of these machines as impossible exaggerations. Hitler's ideological goals had blinded his command to operational reality. This wasn't just a military campaign. It was a crusade to destroy an enemy the Führer believed couldn't fight, couldn't think, couldn't win. Every assumption flowed from that poisoned well of certainty. In his headquarters, Hitler studied maps showing the three-pronged advance. He told his inner circle the campaign would be over before winter. The Red Army would be destroyed in weeks, just as France had fallen in 6. As German columns raced eastward in the summer heat, capturing hundreds of thousands of prisoners and advancing up to 1,000 kilometers with the speed that had terrified Europe, the first cracks in the illusion were already forming. Visible only to those willing to see them, German soldiers began writing letters home describing a different war than the one they'd been promised. "We advance, but the enemy does not break," one officer noted in his diary. "For every Soviet division we destroy, 2 more appear. Where are they coming from?" The answer, Soviet industrial capacity and reserves German intelligence insisted didn't exist, was about to become terrifyingly clear. Despite advancing deep into Soviet territory and capturing approximately 2.5 to 3 million prisoners by December, German forces were bleeding to death from 1,000 cuts. The Blitzkrieg that had conquered France in 6 weeks was grinding to a halt not through dramatic battlefield defeat, but through the mundane mathematics of mechanical failure and logistical impossibility. German tanks and vehicles, engineered for the paved roads of Western Europe, were disintegrating in Russian conditions. The autumn Rasputitsa transformed roads into impassable seas of glutinous earth that swallowed vehicles whole. Panzer divisions that had raced across Poland and France now sat immobilized. Their mechanical failure rate exceeded combat losses. Abandoned equipment littered the advance routes like a trail of breadcrumbs marking the Wehrmacht's fatal overextension. Soldiers watched their trucks sink axle deep. They saw tanks that had conquered nations now sitting useless, their treads clogged with mud that froze solid overnight. The logistical crisis became existential. German forces consumed fuel faster than it could be transported over converted rail lines and inadequate truck columns. Frontline units received only fractions of their required ammunition, food, and fuel. Some divisions went days without resupply. Their soldiers scavenged from abandoned vehicles and captured Soviet stores. Lieutenant Hans Roth wrote in his diary, "We are advancing into a void. The farther we go, the less we have. How do you conquer a country when you can't feed your own men?" Then came the technological shock that shattered German confidence in their material superiority. General Heinz Guderian's memoirs describe the moment his panzer crews first encountered Soviet T-34 tanks. The sloped armor deflected German shells. The 76mm guns punched through Panzer III armor like paper. The T-34's 53 km/h speed outpaced anything the Germans had. The KV-1 heavy tanks were even more terrifying, 90mm of armor that German anti-tank guns simply bounced off. Guderian's tank commanders reported back in disbelief. "Our shells don't penetrate," one wrote. "We hit them 5-6 times. Nothing. Then they turned their turret and were finished." These weren't the obsolete relics German intelligence had promised. These were machines that outclassed the Panzer IIIs and matched or exceeded the Panzer IVs in firepower. Where had they come from? How many more were waiting? The strategic blunders compounded the operational failures. Hitler's decision to divert forces from Moscow to capture Kiev in autumn cost the Wehrmacht crucial weeks, arguably the last chance to take the Soviet capital before winter arrived with its Siberian reserves. Field commanders protested, their war diaries filled with warnings about the approaching cold, about soldiers lacking winter equipment, about an enemy that refused to acknowledge its own defeat. Franz Halder's diary entries from this period show growing alarm. The confident predictions of June had given way to logistical nightmares. He wrote of heated arguments with Hitler, who refused to acknowledge the mounting crisis. The Führer insisted that willpower would overcome material shortages. Halder knew better. He could read the supply reports. He could see the casualty list growing longer each week. October 1941. 685,000 German casualties since June. The Wehrmacht had lost 1/5 of its Eastern Front strength and couldn't replace them. Soviet losses were higher, millions, but their reserves seemed infinite. General Eduard Wagner, the Wehrmacht's quartermaster, calculated his supply lines could support an advance only to Smolensk, 650 kilometers from the border. Moscow lay another 400 kilometers beyond that. The mathematics were simple, inevitable, and ignored. Then the temperature began to drop, not gradually, but catastrophically. Minus 20 degrees Celsius, minus 30, minus 40. German soldiers lacking winter clothing froze to death in their positions. Tank engines wouldn't start. Weapons jammed with frozen oil. Machine guns had to be urinated on to thaw them for firing. The confident army that had crossed into Russia in June was now a frozen, desperate force clinging to survival. The Red Army counteroffensive beginning December 5th wasn't just a tactical surprise. It was an existential shock. Fresh Siberian divisions, properly equipped for winter warfare, struck German forces already at their breaking point. These weren't the defeated remnants German propaganda had promised. These were fresh troops with warm clothing, functioning weapons, and the will to fight. The Wehrmacht's front began to crack. Heinz Guderian described the scene. The cold had reached minus 63 degrees Fahrenheit. We were fighting in conditions that seemed to belong to another planet. Panzer crews watched helplessly as their tanks were overrun by Soviet infantry on skis, moving like ghosts through the frozen wasteland. Entire German battalions simply ceased to exist, not destroyed in combat, but frozen to death where they stood. Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, commanding Army Group Center, sent increasingly desperate reports to Hitler's headquarters. His forces were disintegrating. Frostbite casualties exceeded combat losses. Units reported 50% of their vehicles non-operational due to cold. Some divisions could muster only a few hundred combat-effective soldiers from original strengths of 15,000. The proud Wehrmacht that had terrorized Europe was being destroyed not by enemy bullets, but by thermometers and supply ledgers. Hitler's headquarters at Rastenburg became a scene of crisis management and recrimination. The Führer raged at his generals, accusing them of cowardice and defeatism. He issued his infamous no-retreat order on December 16th, demanding that troops hold every meter of ground regardless of tactical situation. Officers who authorized withdrawals faced court-martial or execution. This order, born of ideological rigidity rather than military logic, would trap German forces in untenable positions, accelerating their destruction. The psychological impact on the German high command was devastating. These men had conquered most of Europe. They had believed themselves militarily invincible, racially superior, historically destined for victory. Now they watched their assumptions shatter like frozen steel. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the OKW, reportedly considered suicide. Brauchitsch suffered a heart attack and was dismissed. Guderian was relieved of command for authorizing a retreat. Franz Halder's diary becomes almost stream of consciousness during these December days, recording the cascade of disasters. Supply trains frozen solid on the tracks. Entire divisions surrounded and destroyed. Casualty reports so catastrophic they seemed unreal. And through it all, Hitler's reported admission: "We have now lost the war." The moment of recognition, recorded by his chief of staff, even as the Führer would spend years denying it. By late December, Army Group Center had been pushed back 100 to 250 kilometers from Moscow. The Wehrmacht had suffered 775,000 casualties, nearly a quarter of its original invasion force. Equipment losses were catastrophic. Thousands of tanks, vehicles, and artillery pieces abandoned or destroyed. The myth of German invincibility lay frozen in the Russian snow alongside the corpses of soldiers who had believed it. In the weeks after the Moscow counteroffensive, Hitler cycled through rage, denial, and desperate rationalization. He fired Field Marshal von Brauchitsch. He assumed personal command of the army. He blamed everyone but himself, the weather, his generals, the unexpected Soviet reserves. Yet in private moments, associates reported a changed man. Older, more uncertain, prone to brooding silences. He had recognized the truth, even as he spent the next 3 years denying it. Franz Halder's diary entries from December 1941 capture this psychological unraveling in real time. The chief of staff recorded Hitler's alleged outburst about losing the war. Yet within weeks, the Führer was already planning Case Blue, a new summer offensive toward the Caucasus oil fields, as if sheer willpower could reverse the arithmetic of attrition. This wasn't sudden enlightenment followed by acceptance. It was gradual recognition followed by pathological denial, a pattern that would define German strategy until the Reich's collapse. The recognition itself was neither universal nor simultaneous. While some senior commanders like Guderian returned from the front convinced the campaign was unwinnable, many German generals remained optimistic through 1942. The professional officer corps, trained to find solutions to tactical problems, struggled to accept that no amount of operational brilliance could overcome the fundamental strategic error. Hitler's response to failure revealed more about his character than his initial decision to invade. Rather than acknowledge his ideological blindness, the racist assumptions that had led him to catastrophically underestimate Soviet capability, he blamed subordinates for insufficient will. He increasingly interfered in military operations. He refused to authorize tactical withdrawals that might have preserved German forces. Officers who advocated retreat faced dismissal or worse. The Führer, who had seized Europe through bold gambles, now trapped himself in a prison of his own certainty, unable to admit error even as the walls closed in. General Friedrich Paulus would be ordered to hold Stalingrad at all costs in 1942, sacrificing the 6th Army. Tank crews would be sent into the meat grinder at Kursk in 1943 in a desperate attempt to regain the initiative. Each new offensive dug Germany's grave deeper. The consequences rippled outward in concentric circles of catastrophe. For Germany, Barbarossa's failure marked the beginning of total war mobilization under increasingly desperate conditions. Public confidence eroded as casualty lists lengthened, and the promised swift victory dissolved into grinding attrition. Mothers received letters informing them their sons had frozen to death outside Moscow. Wives learned their husbands were missing in the endless Russian steppe. The confidence of June 1941 rotted into the despair of 1942, then 1943, then 1944. For the Soviet Union, the victory became a cornerstone of national identity that would legitimize the regime for generations. The successful defense of Moscow transformed terror into hope, proving that resistance was possible. The psychological turning point for the entire Soviet population. Soviet propaganda celebrated Zhukov as the savior of Moscow. The narrative of the Great Patriotic War would define Soviet identity for decades. Yet the human cost, millions dead, entire cities destroyed, left scars that never fully healed. Soviet casualties by war's end would exceed 20 million military and civilian dead. The victory was real, but it was purchased with rivers of blood. The comparison to Napoleon's 1812 invasion is unavoidable. Both resulted from logistical overreach, harsh climate, and fatal underestimation of Russian resilience. But the scale of German losses and the consequences were even greater, leading directly to Germany's complete defeat and reshaping the post-war world. Napoleon at least survived to fight again. Hitler had seized a wolf by the ears and could never let go. The bitter irony. Hitler privately acknowledged the war was lost after Moscow, according to Halder's diary, yet publicly maintained the fiction of inevitable victory. He continued planning offensives until the Red Army reached Berlin in April 1945. Millions more would die in a war whose outcome was mathematically determined by December 1941. The day Hitler knew Barbarossa was a fatal mistake was not a single day at all, but a season of gradual agonizing recognition between autumn 1941 and the frozen hell outside Moscow. A recognition he would spend the rest of his life trying to undo through increasingly desperate offensives, each one accelerating the inevitable. We began with the image of supreme confidence. 3 million German soldiers crossing into Soviet territory, certain of victory within weeks. We end with the reality of 775,000 German casualties by December, frozen corpses outside Moscow, and the first Soviet counteroffensive driving the Wehrmacht back in retreat. The moment Hitler knew he'd lost the war wasn't a single revelation. It was the cumulative weight of evidence that became undeniable during the failed assault on Moscow. The casualties that couldn't be replaced. The Soviet reserves that weren't supposed to exist. The tanks that outclassed German armor. The winter that German planners had dismissed as irrelevant. Franz Halder recorded the moment when that weight became too heavy to deny. Hitler's reported declaration, "We have now lost the war." But knowing and accepting are two very different things. The Führer would spend the next 3.5 years prosecuting a war he knew was lost, sacrificing millions more lives to delay the inevitable. The failure before Moscow in December 1941 revealed a truth that ideological certainty had made invisible. You cannot conquer a nation of 190 million people with 3,350 tanks when they have 10,000 to 13,000. You cannot win a war of attrition against an enemy with greater population, resources, and territory. You cannot substitute racial fantasies for military intelligence and expect anything but catastrophe. Barbarossa was lost not in a single dramatic moment, but in 1,000 logistical failures, intelligence miscalculations, and ideological delusions that transformed supreme confidence into existential nightmare. The 775,000 German casualties by year's end were merely the down payment on a debt that would ultimately consume the Third Reich. A fatal mistake recognized too late to prevent, but early enough to understand the inevitable destruction ahead. The wolf Hitler seized by the ears in June 1941 would drag him and his regime to destruction by May 1945. Moscow was the moment he felt the wolf's teeth close around his wrist, but he never let go. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more fascinating World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching.
On July 14, 1941, German soldiers in the railway yard at Orsha experienced something that would haunt the Wehrmacht for the rest of the war. Without warning, the sky screamed. 112 rockets shrieked down from nowhere, their exhaust trails painting fire across the morning air. The sound was unlike anything they had ever heard, a howling, wailing chorus that seemed to come from everywhere at once. When the barrage ended 10 seconds later, the station was gone. Trains, trucks, tanks, ammunition dumps, all transformed into a hellscape of twisted metal and burning men. The survivors fled in panic. They didn't know they had just witnessed the combat debut of the Katyusha rocket launcher, a weapon so secret that its crews were guarded by NKVD troops with orders to blow it up rather than let it fall into enemy hands. The launchers had only been approved for mass production the day before the German invasion began. Only 40 existed when the war started. Captain Ivan Flerov, commanding that first experimental battery of just 7 launchers, would die 3 months later near Smolensk, doing exactly what his orders demanded, detonating his launcher as German forces closed in, taking himself and his secrets to the grave. The panzers had already advanced 500 kilometers in just 18 days since crossing the Soviet border. The speed was staggering. They had covered ground faster than Napoleon's Grande Armée, faster than any army in history. By July 27th, armored spearheads would complete another textbook double envelopment, linking up on the far side of Smolensk just as they had at Minsk, just as they had done in France the year before. German forces now stood just 400 kilometers from Moscow, close enough that staff officers could calculate the remaining distance in days rather than weeks, close enough to taste victory. They would never get closer. What happened at Smolensk between July and September 1941 would cost Germany the war, transforming a tactical triumph into a strategic catastrophe that bled Blitzkrieg to death. This is the story of the battle that history forgot, not because it was insignificant, but because its true importance has been buried under the more famous disasters at Stalingrad and Kursk. By the time those battles were fought, Germany had already lost the war. The real turning point came here, in the summer of 1941, on the ancient road to Moscow that Napoleon himself had traveled. The German plan was elegant in its simplicity. Heinz Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group would cross the Dnieper River from the south, while Hermann Holtz's 3rd Panzer Group swept down from the north. The 2 armored pincers would meet east of Smolensk, trapping the Soviet armies defending the gateway to Moscow in a massive encirclement. It was the same formula that had crushed Poland in 4 weeks and France in 6. There was no reason to believe it wouldn't work again. On July 10th, Guderian launched his surprise attack across the Dnieper. His forces overran the weak Soviet 13th Army within hours, punching through defenses that barely existed. By July 13th, his spearhead, the 29th Motorized Division, was already within 18 kilometers of Smolensk. The momentum seemed unstoppable. 3 days later, supported by the 17th Panzer Division, they broke into the city itself, capturing most of it in a lightning assault that seemed to confirm everything the Germans believed about their own invincibility. What followed was supposed to take days. It took weeks. German commanders believed they faced 11 Soviet divisions around Smolensk. Their intelligence had catastrophically failed them. Thanks to Stalin's desperate decision to commit virtually the entire strategic reserve to this sector, Marshal Semyon Timoshenko actually commanded 66 divisions, plus sizable reserves still arriving from the interior. The German High Command had no idea what was waiting for them in the forests and swamps around the ancient city. The 29th, motorized, captured most of Smolensk on July 16th, but the suburbs refused to fall. For an entire week, German troops fought house to house against repeated counterattacks from the Soviet 16th Army under Lieutenant General Mikhail Lukin. Soviet soldiers emerged from cellars and rooftops, attacked supply columns on forest roads, ambushed messengers and isolated vehicles. Snipers picked off officers with terrifying accuracy. This wasn't Poland. This wasn't France. The enemy kept fighting when they should have surrendered, kept attacking when they should have retreated, kept dying rather than giving ground. General Gerhard Heinrici, commanding German infantry in the sector, wrote home with undisguised concern, "The Russians are very strong and fight with desperation. They appear suddenly all over the place, shooting, falling upon columns, individual vehicles, messengers. Our losses are considerable." What the Germans were encountering was something new, an enemy that didn't follow the rules of civilized warfare as they understood it, an enemy that would rather die than submit. By July 15th, the armored pincers of both panzer groups had nearly closed the trap. Just 16 kilometers separated them, barely 10 miles. One more push and the pocket would be sealed, trapping 3 Soviet armies, the 16th, 19th, and 20th, containing nearly 400,000 men. It should have been a simple matter of linking up. The panzers had done it before, many times. Then Stalin made a decision that would help save Moscow. Lieutenant General Konstantin Rokossovsky had just arrived in Moscow from Ukraine, still carrying the physical scars of 3 years in the Gulag. NKVD interrogators had knocked out 9 of his teeth and broken 3 of his ribs during endless sessions of questioning about imaginary crimes. He had been released only because the Red Army desperately needed experienced commanders. Most of the others had been executed in Stalin's purges of the late 1930s, victims of the same paranoia that had nearly destroyed Rokossovsky himself. Now, this battered survivor was immediately dispatched to stop the unstoppable. Timoshenko gave him command of something called Group Yartsevo, a formation that existed in name only, a desperate improvisation born of crisis. Rokossovsky later recalled his initial command with bitter irony. The general staff gave me 2 trucks mounting quad anti-aircraft machine guns with crews, a radio truck, and a small group of officers. That was it. 2 trucks against 2 panzer groups. He left Moscow with a handful of people to stop the most powerful military machine on Earth. It seemed like suicide. But Rokossovsky was brilliant, experienced, and utterly desperate. He scraped together retreating stragglers along the road from Moscow to Yartsevo, stopping every vehicle, pressing every soldier he could find into his improvised command. He pulled together the 101st Tank Division, the 107th Mechanized Division, fragments from the shattered 44th Rifle Corps. Retreating regiments and divisions filtering out of the Smolensk pocket were transferred to his command. Fresh forces trickled in from the reserve. Day by day, hour by hour, he assembled a fighting force from the wreckage of the front. When the 7th Panzer Division, the famous Ghost Division that had raced through France, tried to close the gap at Yartsevo, Rokossovsky's improvised force stopped them cold. For 2 weeks, his ragtag command held open a corridor barely 16 kilometers wide, a narrow lifeline through which elements of 3 Soviet armies could escape the closing pocket. The fighting in this small area between Smolensk and Yartsevo turned into a brutal slugfest, with both sides suffering horrendous casualties in close combat. On July 24th, Rokossovsky's forces temporarily drove the Germans from Yartsevo. The Germans retook it. Rokossovsky's men took it back. By July 29th, his 101st Tank Division recaptured the town after paying a terrible toll in men and machines. On July 30th, Rokossovsky's task force finally broke through to the 2 beleaguered Soviet armies trapped at Smolensk. By then, some divisions were down to less than 2,000 men each, barely the strength of a peacetime regiment. The scene at the Dnieper River crossings turned into chaos, a desperate rout with soldiers literally storming the bridges to escape. Rear support units fled first, often abandoning valuable equipment and vehicles. But over the next several days, relative order was restored, and the bulk of the survivors from the 16th and 20th armies crossed to the east bank of the river. Rokossovsky is credited with slowing the German attack long enough to prevent the capture of potentially hundreds of thousands of additional Soviet troops who would be reconstituted and thrown back into the fight for Moscow in the desperate months ahead. The Germans still won the encirclement. By late July, the Smolensk pocket was officially closed. But closed didn't mean finished. The victory that looked so complete on staff maps was far messier on the ground. Inside the pocket, Soviet forces refused to die quickly. They attacked from within while fresh armies attacked from without. Timoshenko launched continuous counteroffensives starting July 21st, throwing the newly arrived 24th, 28th, 29th, and 30th armies against the German perimeter. These formations had been mobilized just days or weeks earlier. Poorly trained recruits led by inexperienced officers, under-equipped, and often lacking basic weapons. They attacked anyway, hurling themselves against German defensive positions in waves that seemed suicidal but never stopped coming. The casualties were catastrophic on both sides, but especially for the Soviets. Soviet losses for the entire Smolensk operation would reach approximately 760,000 men, nearly 500,000 killed, captured, or missing, plus another 270,000 wounded. German forces captured somewhere between 300,000 and 565,000 prisoners, depending on which count you trust and how you define the boundaries of the battle. But the Germans bled too, and unlike the Soviets, they couldn't replace their losses. Army Group Center suffered approximately 115,000 casualties between July 10th and September 10th, killed and wounded that the Wehrmacht could never fully replace. These weren't raw recruits, but experienced soldiers, veterans of Poland and France, the backbone of the German military machine. Many panzer divisions were down to less than 50% of their authorized tank strength. Some 200 tanks were destroyed beyond repair, not by superior Soviet armor, but by breakdowns, by anti-tank guns, by the sheer attrition of constant combat. Ammunition ran critically short, fuel ran out entirely in some units, stranding vehicles that should have been racing toward Moscow. At Yelnya, 70 kilometers southeast of Smolensk, Guderian's 10th Panzer Division seized a bridgehead on July 19th that was supposed to be the springboard for the final drive on Moscow. The heights around Yelnya dominated the surrounding terrain, perfect ground for launching the next phase of the advance. Instead, the bridgehead became a bleeding wound that would drain German strength for 6 weeks. The Germans ran out of fuel getting there. They almost ran out of ammunition holding it. For 6 weeks, German forces clung to the Yelnya salient, while Soviet counterattacks battered them day after day, night after night. The 10th Panzer Division, the SS Das Reich Division, elements of multiple infantry divisions, all were fed into the meat grinder of Yelnya, and all emerged diminished. Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, commanding Army Group Center, wrote in growing frustration, "I was now forced to commit all of my combat-capable divisions from the Army Group's reserve into combat. We needed every man forward. In spite of huge losses, the enemy attacked daily in several sectors, so that, up to this time, it has not been possible to regroup forces and bring up reserves." The army that had conquered France in 6 weeks could no longer advance in Russia. The machine was grinding to a halt. On July 27th, von Bock assembled his commanders at his headquarters in Novi Borisov for what became one of the most contentious meetings of the war. Also present were Walter von Brauchitsch, commander-in-chief of the German army, and Franz Halder, chief of the Army General Staff. What should have been a routine planning session devolved into something approaching open mutiny against Adolf Hitler himself. Hitler had already signaled his intention to divert forces away from Moscow. Führer Directive 33, issued July 14th, reoriented the main German effort toward Ukraine in the south and Leningrad in the north. The generals were horrified. Moscow was just 400 kilometers away. The road was open, or at least it had been before Smolensk. Winter was coming, and every officer in the room knew what that meant. Every day of delay was a day the Soviets could use to prepare defenses, move reinforcements from Siberia, recover from their catastrophic losses in the border battles. Guderian recorded in his journal that Hitler preferred a plan by which small enemy forces were to be encircled and destroyed piecemeal, and the enemy thus bled to death. The Führer was more interested in economic targets, the grain of Ukraine, the oil of the Caucasus, the industry of the Donbass, than in capturing the Soviet capital. Every officer present believed this was a catastrophic mistake. Moscow was the heart. Cut out the heart, and the body dies. But what could they do? Hitler was the supreme commander. He made the decisions. He had made all the decisions that had brought them from the Rhine to the Dnieper in just 2 years. Who were they to question his genius now? What happened next shocked even hardened Wehrmacht veterans. The generals decided to defy their Führer. After returning to their commands, Guderian, Hoth, and Bock conspired to delay the implementation of Directive 33, which meant openly defying the direct orders of Adolf Hitler himself. Guderian hastily assembled a plan for continued offensive operations toward Moscow, scheduled to begin August 1st. The generals would present Hitler with a fait accompli, force his hand, drive on Moscow whether he approved or not. Then came Führer Directive 34, issued July 30th. Hitler acknowledged the reality that his generals had been trying to hide from him, the reality that Smolensk had forced into the open. The development of the situation in the last few days, he wrote, the appearance of strong enemy forces on the front, and to the flanks of Army Group Center, the supply position, and the need to give 2nd and 3rd Armored Groups about 10 days to rehabilitate their units make it necessary to postpone for the moment the further tasks and objectives. 10 days to rehabilitate. The panzer groups that had crossed entire countries in weeks now needed 10 days just to recover from Smolensk. The invincible Wehrmacht was exhausted. The bleeding around the ancient gateway city had finally caught up with them, and even Hitler could see it. On August 11th, Franz Halder sat down to record his thoughts in his war diary. What he wrote would prove prophetic. The whole situation makes it increasingly plain that we have underestimated the Russian Colossus. Soviet divisions are not armed and equipped according to our standards, and their tactical leadership is often poor. But there they are, and after smashing dozens of them, the Russians simply put up another dozen. They are near their own resources, while we are moving further and further away from ours. And so our troops, sprawled over an immense front line, without any depth, are subjected to the incessant attacks of the enemy. At the outset of Barbarossa, German intelligence had estimated the Soviet Union possessed approximately 200 divisions. By August, they had already counted 360, and more kept appearing from nowhere, from Siberia, from Central Asia, from training depots that seemed inexhaustible. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, commanding Army Group South, put it more bluntly: "The vastness of Russia devours us." The arithmetic of Blitzkrieg had broken down completely. In Poland, encircling the enemy army had meant winning the war. In France, the same. But in Russia, destroying one army simply meant fighting another that appeared from the endless depths of the Soviet interior. The operational art that had conquered Western Europe in weeks was grinding down into a war of attrition, exactly the kind of war Germany could not win. On August 30th, Georgy Zhukov, newly appointed commander of the Reserve Front and already emerging as Stalin's most trusted battlefield commander, launched a coordinated offensive against the Yelnya salient. For 10 days, the 24th Army and 43rd Army hammered at the German lines with everything they had. Soviet troops literally had to tear their way through German defenses. Progress was measured in hundreds of meters, bought with thousands of lives. By September 3rd, under growing threat of encirclement, the Germans began retreating from the salient they had held for 6 weeks. One German infantryman captured the bitter reality in his diary. Officially, it was called a planned withdrawal, but to me, it was so much bullshit. The next day, we heard on the radio about the successful front correction in our Yelnya defensive lines and the enormous losses we inflicted on the enemy. But no single word was heard about a retreat, about the hopelessness of the situation, about the mental and emotional numbness of the German soldiers. In short, it was again a victory. But we on the front line were running back like rabbits in front of the fox. This metamorphosis of the truth from all shit to "it was a victory" baffled me, and those of my comrades who dared to think. On September 8th, Soviet forces liberated Yelnya. It was the first significant piece of territory recaptured from Hitler's Wehrmacht anywhere in Europe since the war began. Just 100 to 150 square kilometers, a tiny patch of burned villages and churned earth that had cost tens of thousands of lives. But it was the first time since 1939 that the Wehrmacht had been forced to give ground and keep it given. The fighting at Yelnya had cost the German Dexiex Army Corps over 23,000 casualties. The 4th Army would not recover from these losses for the rest of the year. For what? A bridgehead they couldn't hold, a springboard to nowhere. To honor the divisions that had bled and died taking back that small patch of ground, the Soviet High Command created something new: the Guards designation. On September 18th, the 100th Rifle Division was renamed the 1st Guards Rifle Division. The 127th became the 2nd Guards. Later, the 107th and 120th would become the 5th and 6th Guards. The title would become the highest honor a Soviet military unit could receive, a tradition that would last through the rest of the war and beyond into the Soviet era. It was born in the mud and blood of Smolensk. The Battle of Smolensk officially ended on September 10, 1941. It had lasted exactly 2 months, July 10th to September 10th. 2 months in which the Wehrmacht had advanced not toward Moscow, but in circles around Smolensk, bleeding against Soviet counterattacks, consuming irreplaceable men and machines, while time, the most precious resource of all, slipped away with every passing day. Hitler then made matters worse. Rather than immediately resuming the Moscow drive after Smolensk, he ordered Guderian's panzer group south to complete the encirclement of Kiev in Ukraine. It was tactically brilliant. The Kiev pocket yielded 665,000 Soviet prisoners, the largest single encirclement in military history. German propaganda trumpeted the achievement, but it consumed another precious month while the Russian autumn crept closer. Operation Typhoon, the final drive on Moscow, did not launch until October 2, 1941, more than 3 months after the fall of Smolensk. Initially, it succeeded brilliantly, reprising all the glories of the summer campaign. German forces encircled and destroyed several more Soviet armies at Vyazma and Bryansk, capturing another 600,000 prisoners. Moscow seemed within reach. On October 15th, the Soviet government began evacuating to Kuibyshev on the Volga. Stalin stayed in the Kremlin, but the situation appeared hopeless. Then came the Rasputitsa. On October 7th, the first snow fell, melting almost immediately and turning every road into a river of mud. Russian soldiers had a name for this season, Rasputitsa, which translates roughly as the time without roads. German trucks sank to their axles and could not be pulled free. Tanks could barely move and burned precious fuel trying. Horses died by the thousands from sheer exhaustion, dragging wagons through the mire. The whole offensive ground to a halt in a sea of clinging black mud that seemed to swallow everything. On October 31st, the German High Command ordered a complete stop to offensive operations. The army would wait for the ground to freeze before attempting to move again. There was simply no other choice. The pause gave Zhukov precious time he used ruthlessly. While the Germans waited for winter to harden the ground, the Soviets moved fresh divisions from Siberia and the Far East. Battle-hardened troops equipped for cold weather, many of them veterans of border clashes with Japan who had never faced the Wehrmacht. The delay had given the Soviets time to strengthen their defenses with nearly 1 million additional troops and 1,000 new T-34 tanks. Tanks that the Germans had discovered, to their horror, were nearly impervious to their standard anti-tank weapons. When the ground finally froze in mid-November, the Germans attacked again with everything they had left. The northern pincer reached within 30 kilometers of the Kremlin. German reconnaissance units advanced to the town of Khimki, just 30 kilometers from the center of Moscow. A patrol from the 2nd Panzer Division reportedly reached a point where officers could see the spires of the capital through their field glasses. It was the closest they would ever come. On December 5, 1941, the temperature dropped to historic lows. Some reports claimed 40 degrees below zero. German troops, still wearing summer uniforms because winter clothing had been held up in Poland for lack of transport priority, began freezing to death in their foxholes. Over 130,000 cases of frostbite were reported. Tank engines wouldn't start. Weapons wouldn't fire. Men who fell asleep on guard duty never woke up. That same day, the Soviets counterattacked. Fresh Siberian divisions slammed into exhausted German lines along the entire front. These were not the poorly trained, badly equipped formations that had been shattered at Smolensk. These were veterans, soldiers who had spent years guarding the Manchurian border against Japan, who knew how to fight in snow and cold, who came equipped with proper winter gear, while German soldiers wrapped themselves in stolen blankets and stuffed newspapers into their boots. The Wehrmacht, which had not experienced significant retreat since the war began more than 2 years earlier, suddenly found itself falling back in disorder. Within weeks, the Germans had been pushed back over 100 kilometers in some sectors. The myth of German invincibility, carefully cultivated since 1939, died in the snow outside Moscow. Moscow was saved. Blitzkrieg was dead. And the long road to Berlin, a road that would cost 27 million Soviet lives, had begun. The mathematics of Smolensk are damning when you lay them out clearly. The battle lasted from July 10th to September 10th, exactly 2 months. Add the month diverted to Kiev through September and early October, and you get roughly 3 months of total delay. Operation Typhoon launched October 2nd and ran headlong into the autumn mud season by October 7th, just 5 days later. If the Moscow offensive had begun in late July or early August instead, as the generals had begged Hitler to allow, the panzers might have reached the capital before the Rasputitsa, before Soviet reinforcements arrived from Siberia, before the defenses had time to harden into the killing ground that stopped them. Even Hitler understood what had been lost. At Novi Borisov on July 27th, his generals had pleaded with him to let them drive on Moscow immediately while momentum was still on their side. He refused. By December, when his frozen armies were retreating through the snow, he had no choice but to face the consequences of that decision. Guderian later wrote with bitter hindsight, "Kiev was certainly a brilliant tactical success, but the question of whether it had a significant strategic importance still remains open. Everything now depended on our ability to achieve expected results before the winter and even before the autumn rains. They didn't achieve those results. They couldn't. Smolensk had already bled them too badly and consumed too much precious time. The Battle of Smolensk cost the Wehrmacht more than 115,000 casualties, over 200 tanks destroyed beyond repair, and 2 irreplaceable months of the campaign season. It exhausted the panzer divisions that were supposed to capture Moscow, divisions that had been the sharp edge of the German sword, now blunted against Soviet resistance. It consumed the fuel, ammunition, and spare parts that the advance on the capital would desperately need. It shattered the timeline that Blitzkrieg required to function, the ruthless schedule that demanded victory before the enemy could recover, before winter could freeze the advance in its tracks, before the infinite resources of the Russian interior could be mobilized. The generals had known from the beginning that speed was everything. Guderian himself had written before the battle that if the panzers did not reach their objectives quickly, whether the infantry would then be able to smash a well-organized river defensive line so that mobile warfare might once again be possible seemed doubtful. His doubts proved prophetic. Mobile warfare died at Smolensk, replaced by the grinding positional combat that Germany could never win. Soviet losses were far worse in absolute terms. 760,000 casualties, perhaps 500,000 captured or killed. But the Soviet Union could replace those losses from its vast population of nearly 200 million people. Germany, with a population less than half that size and already stretched thin across occupied Europe, could not. The Red Army was fighting near its own resources, its own factories, its own population centers. The Wehrmacht was fighting at the end of a supply line stretching back thousands of kilometers to the Reich. Every bullet and every gallon of fuel transported over roads that barely deserved the name. What Smolensk revealed was the fatal flaw built into Blitzkrieg doctrine from the beginning. The system was designed for short campaigns against nations that would collapse after decisive defeats. Poland had collapsed. France had collapsed. Even the mighty British Empire had been driven from the continent. The Soviet Union refused to collapse. Every army destroyed was replaced by another army from the endless reserves of Soviet manpower. Every encirclement yielded prisoners, but not victory. The operational art that had made Germany master of Europe was useless against an enemy that could absorb unlimited punishment and keep fighting. The Wehrmacht had the capability to win battles. It did not have the capability to win this war. Captain Ivan Flerov, who had unleashed those first screaming Katyusha rockets at Orsha on July 14th, was dead by October. Caught in an encirclement near the village of Bogatyr in the Smolensk region, with his vehicles immobilized by marshy terrain and out of ammunition, he ordered his secret weapons destroyed rather than let them fall into German hands. Severely wounded, Flerov detonated the lead launcher himself. Of his 170 men, only 46 escaped the encirclement. The Germans never captured a single intact Katyusha. But the rockets survived and multiplied. By war's end, 10,000 Katyusha launchers would serve in the Red Army. Their howling salvos would accompany the Soviet advance from Stalingrad to the Vistula to the streets of Berlin itself. The Germans called them Stalin's organ for the sound they made, the pipes arranged like an organ, the rockets screaming like a funeral hymn. It was a dirge for the Wehrmacht, first heard in the railway yard at Orsha as the Battle of Smolensk began. British war correspondent Alexander Werth visited Yelnya shortly after its liberation in September 1941. He walked through the ruins of a town that had once held 15,000 people. Nearly all the able-bodied men and women had been formed into forced labor battalions and driven to the German rear. Only a few hundred old people and children had been allowed to stay. On the night before the Wehrmacht pulled out, survivors told him they had been locked in the church while German soldiers systematically looted the houses and set each one on fire. But Werth saw something else in that devastation, something that transcended the destruction. He wrote, "Here was not only, as it were, the first victory of the Red Army over the Germans. Here was also the first piece of territory, perhaps only 100 to 150 square miles, in the whole of Europe reconquered from Hitler's Wehrmacht." It is strange to think that in 1941, even that was considered an achievement. It was more than an achievement. It was a prophecy of what was to come. From this small patch of burned earth would flow a tide that would not stop until it reached Berlin. Smolensk is forgotten because it was neither simple victory nor simple defeat. It was something more troubling, a battle that the Germans won tactically while losing strategically, a triumph that concealed a fatal wound. The panzers captured the city. They took their hundreds of thousands of prisoners, they reported their success to Berlin, and then they bled, exhausted, out of fuel and out of time, while the road to Moscow slipped away forever. History remembers Stalingrad as the turning point, the moment when the tide shifted and Germany began its long retreat to destruction. History remembers Kursk as the death of German offensive capability, the last great armored assault that broke against Soviet defenses. But by the time those battles were fought, the war was already lost. The real turning point came earlier, in the summer of 1941, when the invincible Wehrmacht met an enemy that refused to be conquered in a battle that ground Blitzkrieg into the Russian mud. The panzers had done it again at Smolensk, another perfect encirclement, another massive haul of prisoners, another triumph for German arms. And 220 miles from Moscow, close enough to see victory, close enough to taste the end of the Soviet Union, they discovered that victory would never come. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching. In just 16 days in September 1941, 665,000 Soviet soldiers vanished into the largest military trap ever sprung. To understand the scale, imagine more human beings than the entire population of wartime Washington, D.C., surrounded, starved, and destroyed in a pocket of Ukrainian steppe smaller than Rhode Island. While these men fought and died, Hitler and his top generals waged a bitter battle of their own over whether this operational triumph had just lost them the war. The Battle of Kiev was not one story, but three converging into a single catastrophe. It was a tactical masterpiece that became a strategic disaster. It was Stalin's fatal paralysis meeting Hitler's ideological gamble. And it was the moment when military brilliance enabled genocidal horror, revealing what this war truly was. On August 21, 1941, Adolf Hitler issued an order that would define the entire Eastern campaign. He commanded the diversion of Army Group Center's panzer forces south toward Kiev, prioritizing the conquest of Ukraine over the direct assault on Moscow. Every senior general in the Wehrmacht opposed him. Heinz Guderian, commander of the 2nd Panzer Group and Germany's premier armored warfare expert, argued vehemently for continuing the advance on the Soviet capital. Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, commanding Army Group Center, warned that diverting the panzers would lose the strategic initiative at the moment of maximum opportunity. Franz Halder, chief of the General Staff, recorded his bitter opposition in his war diary. The professional military judgment was unanimous. Moscow was the center of Soviet power, the hub of the rail network, the political heart that Stalin would defend with everything he had. Take Moscow, and the war might end. Divert to Kiev, and the window would close. Hitler summoned Guderian to a personal meeting on August 23rd. The Panzer General arrived determined to change the Führer's mind. He laid out the operational case with precision. Army Group Center had driven to within 220 miles of Moscow after the victories at Minsk and Smolensk. Over 320,000 Soviet prisoners had been taken at Minsk in June and July. Another 300,000 had been captured at Smolensk in July. The Red Army in front of Moscow was reeling. The roads were open. Every day of delay allowed the Soviets to dig in, to bring up reserves, to prepare the defenses that would make the capital a fortress. Guderian argued that striking now, while the enemy was off balance, was the only path to victory before winter. Hitler listened, then he refused. The Führer's logic was not purely military, it was ideological and economic. Ukraine was the breadbasket of Europe, the source of grain that would feed the Reich and starve the Soviets. The Donbass industrial region produced the coal and steel that powered Soviet war production. Capturing these resources was not a luxury. It was the foundation of Lebensraum, the living space that justified the entire invasion. Beyond economics lay another priority. Hitler wanted the destruction of Soviet forces, not merely their retreat. Encircling and annihilating the armies defending Kiev would eliminate the threat to Army Group South's northern flank and open the road to the Caucasus oil fields. The capital could wait. The resources and the Red Army could not. Guderian acquiesced. He had no choice. But his memoirs and war diaries record his lasting resentment. He believed the decision was a catastrophic mistake, and he was not alone. By August 1941, the strains on the German war machine were already visible to anyone willing to see them. Supply lines stretched over 1,000 kilometers from railheads in Poland to the front lines deep in Soviet territory. The roads were dirt tracks that turned to soup in rain. The infantry divisions lagged days behind the panzers, unable to keep pace or consolidate gains. Fuel shortages paralyzed entire units. Guderian's own reports from late July and early August mentioned vehicles abandoned for lack of spare parts, tanks breaking down faster than they could be repaired, and soldiers exhausted from 2 months of continuous offensive operations. The Blitzkrieg that had crushed France in 6 weeks was grinding against the immensity of Russia and the resilience of an enemy that refused to collapse. The operational tempo that had seemed unstoppable in June was becoming unsustainable by August. Yet Hitler ordered the panzers south, and south they went. But while Hitler and his generals argued over maps in East Prussia, 800 kilometers to the south, another leader was making decisions that would doom over 500,000 of his own men. What was Stalin seeing that his field commanders were not? Semyon Budyonny commanded the Soviet southwestern direction, the theater-level command overseeing multiple fronts defending Ukraine. Mikhail Kirponos commanded the southwestern front, directly responsible for the defense of Kiev. Both men were experienced officers who understood operational reality. By late August, they could see the trap forming. Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group was driving south from Army Group Center. Paul von Kleist's 1st Panzer Group was preparing to strike north from Army Group South's bridgehead at Kremenchug. The two panzer forces were converging on a single point, and the Soviet forces defending Kiev sat directly between them. The geometry was simple and fatal. If the pincers closed, over 500,000 Soviet soldiers would be encircled with their backs to the Dnieper River. Budyonny requested permission to withdraw. Stalin refused. On September 12th, with German tanks fewer than 50 kilometers from closing the ring, Kirponos sent an urgent message to Moscow. He described the situation in stark terms. The front was collapsing. German armored spearheads were racing through gaps in the Soviet lines. Continued defense of Kiev would result in the encirclement and destruction of the entire southwestern front. He requested immediate authorization to conduct a fighting withdrawal to the east, abandoning the city to save the army. Stalin's response was unequivocal: hold Kiev at all costs. On September 13th, Budyonny sent his own desperate plea. He warned of imminent catastrophe. He begged for operational flexibility. Stalin relieved Budyonny of command and replaced him with Semyon Timoshenko, but the order remained unchanged. Kiev must be held. The reason for Stalin's refusal was not military. It was psychological and ideological. The Soviet dictator had spent the 1930s purging the Red Army's officer corps, executing or imprisoning thousands of experienced commanders on suspicion of disloyalty. The survivors had learned a brutal lesson. Initiative was punished. Retreat was defeatism. Defeatism was treason. Treason meant death. Stalin's command style paralyzed decision-making at every level. Commanders waited for explicit orders rather than acting on their own judgment, because acting without orders could mean a bullet in the back of the head. Even when the situation demanded immediate withdrawal, no one dared order it without Stalin's personal authorization. And Stalin, isolated in Moscow and distrustful of his generals, refused to believe the reports of impending encirclement. He had convinced himself that the German drive south was a feint, that the real threat remained the advance on Moscow, and that abandoning Kiev would trigger a general collapse of the southern front. He was wrong on every count. On September 16th, the German pincers closed at the town of Lokvitsia, 150 kilometers east of Kiev. Guderian's tanks driving south met Kleist's tanks driving north. The trap was shut. The next day, September 17th, Stalin finally authorized withdrawal. The order came exactly 1 day too late. Kirponos received the message and immediately attempted to organize a breakout. It was impossible. German forces had already established a continuous encirclement line. Soviet units trying to escape ran into prepared defensive positions, minefields, and concentrated artillery fire. The roads were clogged with abandoned vehicles and fleeing soldiers. Command and control disintegrated. Kirponos himself was killed on September 20th during a desperate attempt to break through the German lines. One Soviet survivor later testified about those final days. "We waited for orders that never came. We knew we were surrounded, but Stalin's order was clear: hold at all costs." Many tried to break out in small groups, but only a handful escaped. The rest surrendered or died of starvation and wounds. The catastrophe was complete. As Stalin's refusal sealed the fate of his armies, two massive steel pincers were already racing toward each other across the Ukrainian steppe. How did the Germans execute the largest encirclement maneuver in military history? Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group began its southward drive in late August from positions along the Desna River, over 200 kilometers north of Kiev. The advance cut through Soviet defensive lines that were oriented to defend against a westward attack, not a strike from the north. German panzer divisions exploited gaps, bypassed strongpoints, and drove deep into the Soviet rear. They moved faster than Soviet commanders could react, faster than orders could flow through the paralyzed command structure, faster than reinforcements could arrive. Radio intercepts gave German commanders real-time intelligence on Soviet movements. Air reconnaissance spotted every concentration of troops and every attempt to form a defensive line. The Luftwaffe provided close air support, smashing Soviet counterattacks before they could develop momentum. Guderian's tanks covered the distance in less than 2 weeks, a rate of advance that seemed impossible given the poor roads, fuel shortages, and mechanical breakdowns that plagued every unit. Simultaneously, Kleist's 1st Panzer Group struck north from the bridgehead at Kremenchug, which Army Group South had seized in a daring crossing of the Dnieper River. Kleist's advance mirrored Guderian's: rapid penetration, bypass resistance, drive for the objective. The two panzer groups were executing a double envelopment across hundreds of kilometers of hostile territory, coordinating their movements without direct communication, relying on the operational plan and the initiative of subordinate commanders. It was armored warfare at its most audacious. On September 16th, advance elements of the 3rd Panzer Division from Guderian's force met reconnaissance units from the 16th Panzer Division of Kleist's force at the town of Lokvitsia. The German soldiers shook hands. The trap was closed. Inside the pocket were the Soviet 5th, 21st, 26th, and 37th Armies, along with rear echelon units, supply columns, and civilians caught in the collapse. The total came to approximately 665,000 Soviet soldiers, the largest encirclement in the history of warfare. Guderian wrote in his memoirs, "Never in the history of war has there been a battle of encirclement on such a scale." German soldiers who witnessed the pocket described scenes that defied comprehension, mile after mile of abandoned equipment. Columns of prisoners extending to the horizon, so long that the front of the column reached German collection points, while the rear was still inside the shrinking pocket. Roads jammed with horses, guns, trucks, wagons, and men in utter confusion. Soviet units that attempted to break out were destroyed piecemeal by German forces that held all the advantages of position, firepower, and air superiority. Some Soviet soldiers fought with suicidal determination. Others surrendered in masses, overwhelmed and leaderless. The German war correspondents called it a victory beyond all previous imagination. The numbers confirmed their assessment. By September 26th, when organized resistance ended, the Germans counted their haul. Over 600,000 Soviet soldiers captured. At least 100,000 killed in the fighting or during breakout attempts. Only about 10,000 escaped the encirclement. The material losses were staggering. More than 3,000 tanks destroyed or captured. Over 3,700 artillery pieces, hundreds of aircraft caught on the ground or shot down trying to supply the pocket. The Soviet Southwestern Front ceased to exist as a fighting force. To understand the scale, compare Kiev to other famous encirclements. The Minsk pocket in June and July 1941 had netted 300,000 Soviet prisoners. The Smolensk pocket in July yielded another 300,000. The twin battles of Vyazma and Bryansk in October 1941 would trap 600,000, nearly matching Kiev. Even the encirclement of the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad in January 1943, one of the most famous battles in history, resulted in only 91,000 Axis prisoners. Kiev dwarfed them all. It was the mother of all encirclements, an operational masterpiece that validated every principle of German armored doctrine. The operational triumph was complete. But as Guderian's exhausted panzers sat amid the wreckage of the Soviet Southwestern Front, the calendar showed early autumn, and Moscow lay 450 kilometers to the north. Had Hitler's gamble paid off, or had Germany just won a battle while losing the war? The Kiev operation consumed 4 to 6 weeks of campaign time, depending on how the calculation is made. Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group began its southward movement in late August. The encirclement closed on September 16th. Mopping up operations continued until September 26th. Then the panzers had to redeploy north again for the assault on Moscow. Operation Typhoon, the code name for the Moscow offensive, did not begin until October 2nd, 1941. That start date pushed the offensive directly into the autumn Rasputitsa, the mud season that turned Russian roads into rivers of sucking clay. The Rasputitsa began in mid-October, exactly as the German spearheads were gaining momentum. Tanks bogged down, trucks sank to their axles. Supply columns that had struggled to keep up in dry weather now ground to a complete halt. Soldiers who had expected to be in Moscow by September now faced the prospect of fighting through October, November, and into the Russian winter without adequate clothing, shelter, or logistics. The delay was not merely a matter of calendar days. It was a question of operational readiness. Guderian's panzer divisions had driven over 200 kilometers south from their positions in front of Smolensk. They had fought a major encirclement battle against an enemy that, though surrounded, continued to resist with desperation. Then they had to drive north again, retracing much of the distance they had covered, to reach their jumping-off positions for Typhoon. The wear on vehicles was immense. Tanks that had covered thousands of kilometers since the invasion began in June were breaking down at accelerating rates. Spare parts were non-existent. Maintenance crews performed miracles of improvisation, cannibalizing disabled vehicles to keep others running. Fuel shortages meant that units sat idle for days waiting for supply trucks that arrived half empty or not at all. The German army that attacked toward Moscow in October was not the same force that had smashed through Soviet defenses in June. It was worn down, understrength, and running on fumes. The weather closed the window permanently. The autumn rains began in mid-October, exactly on schedule, as any Russian peasant could have predicted. The mud stopped the German advance more effectively than any Soviet counterattack. Panzer divisions that had covered 50 kilometers a day in the summer now struggled to advance 5 infantry divisions slogged through knee-deep muck, their boots disintegrating, their energy sapped by cold and exhaustion. The Luftwaffe, which had provided decisive air support throughout the campaign, found its forward airfields turned into swamps, grounding aircraft just when they were needed most. Then came the winter. November brought freezing temperatures that the Germans were unprepared to endure. Soldiers wrapped themselves in blankets and newspapers for insulation. Vehicles refused to start. Weapons froze. Frostbite casualties mounted into the tens of thousands. By early December, German spearheads had reached the outskirts of Moscow. Reconnaissance units reported seeing the spires of the Kremlin through their binoculars. Then the Soviet counteroffensive struck, and the German advance became a retreat. Many historians argue that the delay caused by the Kiev operation cost Germany its last realistic chance to capture Moscow and win the war in the east. The argument is straightforward. If Guderian's panzers had continued their advance from Smolensk in August instead of diverting south, they would have reached Moscow in early September, before the Rasputitsa, before the winter, and before the Soviets could bring up the reserve armies from Siberia that would stop the German offensive in December. Moscow might have fallen. The Soviet government might have evacuated or collapsed. The psychological shock might have triggered the disintegration that Hitler had predicted. Instead, the Germans arrived late, exhausted, and just in time to be stopped by mud, winter, and a revitalized enemy. The operational masterpiece at Kiev had enabled the strategic catastrophe at Moscow. The tactical brilliance had served strategic folly. But the true cost of Kiev would be measured not just in lost weeks and worn-out tanks. In the occupied city itself, another operation was about to begin, one that would reveal what this war was really about. Kiev fell on September 19th, 1941, 3 days after the encirclement closed. German forces entered the city to scenes of celebration from some Ukrainian nationalists who viewed the Wehrmacht as liberators from Soviet rule. That illusion lasted exactly 10 days. On September 29th and 30th, SS Brigadeführer Otto Rasch, commander of Einsatzgruppe C, along with Sonderkommando 4A and units of the German 6th Army, organized and executed the murder of 33,771 Jews at a ravine called Babi Yar on the outskirts of the city. The victims were ordered to assemble under the pretense of resettlement. They were marched to the ravine in groups. They were forced to undress. They were shot, and their bodies fell into the ravine. The killing continued for 2 days without pause. The SS documented the massacre in official reports sent to Berlin, recording the number of dead with bureaucratic precision. The Babi Yar massacre was not an accident or an excess. It was policy. The Einsatzgruppen were mobile killing units that followed the Wehrmacht into occupied territory with the explicit mission of murdering Jews, communists, and other designated enemies of the Reich. Their operations were coordinated with military authorities who provided logistical support, security, and in many cases, active participation. The connection between the Battle of Kiev and the Babi Yar massacre was direct and causal. The encirclement destroyed the Soviet forces defending the city. The fall of the city brought it under German occupation. The occupation enabled the immediate implementation of the final solution. Military conquest and genocidal extermination were not separate events. They were 2 phases of the same operation. The 600,000 Soviet soldiers captured in the Kiev pocket faced a fate nearly as brutal as the Jews murdered at Babi Yar. German policy towards Soviet prisoners of war was explicitly exterminatory. The OKW and OKH, the German high commands, issued orders that Soviet POWs were to be given minimal rations and no medical care. The policy was part of the Hunger Plan, a deliberate strategy to extract food from occupied Soviet territory by starving the local population, and prisoners' rations for Soviet POWs were set at 700 to 900 calories per day, far below the level needed for survival. The prisoners were held in overcrowded transit camps called dulags, open-air enclosures with no shelter, no sanitation, and no protection from the elements. Disease spread unchecked. Men died of dysentery, typhus, exposure, and simple starvation. Of the 600,000 Soviet soldiers captured at Kiev, fewer than half survived the first winter. Over 60% of all Soviet POWs captured in 1941, including those from Kiev, died by the spring of 1942. The total number of Soviet POWs who died in German captivity during the entire war exceeded 3 million out of 5.7 million captured, a mortality rate of over 50%. By contrast, the mortality rate for Western Allied POWs held by Germany was less than 5%. The difference was not logistical. It was ideological. Nazi racial doctrine classified Slavs as subhuman, unworthy of the protections afforded to prisoners from Western nations. The deliberate starvation of Soviet POWs was genocide by another name, carried out with the same systematic cruelty as the mass shootings in ravines like Babi Yar. The Battle of Kiev was not just the largest encirclement in military history. It was a window into the true nature of the Nazi war in the East, where operational brilliance served exterminatory goals. Military victory enabled mass murder. The fall of Kiev led directly to Babi Yar. The capture of 600,000 prisoners led directly to their deaths in the gulags. The connection was not incidental. It was fundamental. This was not a conventional war of armies and territory. It was a war of extermination, and every operational success advanced that goal. But what does this convergence of military genius and genocidal horror tell us about the war itself? Mikhail Kirponos was 53 years old when he took command of the Soviet Southwestern Front in June 1941. He was a career officer who had survived the purges, a competent commander trusted by Stalin to defend Ukraine. By early September, Kirponos understood that his position was untenable. He could see the German pincers converging. He requested permission to withdraw. He was refused. On September 17th, when Stalin finally authorized retreat, Kirponos attempted to organize a breakout. The effort was hopeless. The encirclement line was already established. German forces held every road and every river crossing. Kirponos gathered his staff and the remnants of his headquarters units and attempted to fight their way east. On September 20th, his column was ambushed by German troops near the village of Shumaikovskoye. Kirponos was killed in the fighting, either by shrapnel or small arms fire. His body was found later by Soviet forces and identified by his uniform and documents. He died trying to execute an order that came too late, a commander who recognized the trap but was forbidden to escape it. Fedor von Bock commanded Army Group Center, the most powerful formation in the Wehrmacht. He was a Prussian aristocrat and professional soldier who had risen through the ranks by competence and loyalty. He advocated for the direct assault on Moscow throughout August 1941, arguing that diverting the panzers to Kiev would lose the strategic initiative. He was overruled by Hitler. Von Bock's war diary entries from late August and early September record his frustration and his certainty that the decision was a mistake. After the war, in his memoirs and in interviews with historians, von Bock maintained that the Kiev operation, though tactically brilliant, was strategically catastrophic. He believed that Moscow could have been taken in September if the panzers had not been diverted. He was never able to prove the counterfactual, but his judgment was shared by most of the senior commanders who fought the campaign. Semyon Budyonny was one of Stalin's oldest comrades, a cavalry commander from the Civil War who had been elevated to high command more for political loyalty than for military skill. By 1941, Budyonny understood modern warfare well enough to recognize the encirclement threat at Kiev. He requested permission to withdraw in late August and again in early September. He was overruled, then relieved of command and replaced by Semyon Timoshenko. Budyonny survived the war, unlike many Soviet commanders who failed or retreated without authorization. His survival was likely due to his personal relationship with Stalin, but his reputation never recovered. He became a symbol of the old guard, a man whose instincts were correct, but who lacked the authority or the courage to act on them. The Soviet survivors of the Kiev pocket told stories of chaos and abandonment. One soldier recalled waiting for orders in a village east of Kiev. As German artillery crept closer each day, the orders never came. The chain of command had disintegrated. Officers disappeared or were killed. Soldiers formed small groups and tried to break out on their own. Most were captured or killed. A few made it through the German lines by traveling at night, hiding during the day, and living off the land. Those who escaped described scenes of desperation. Wounded men left behind because they could not keep up. Civilians caught in the collapse, fleeing east with whatever they could carry. German aircraft strafing columns of refugees and soldiers without distinction. The survivors also described the moment of capture. German soldiers rounding up prisoners by the thousands, stripping them of valuables, separating officers from enlisted men, and marching them west toward the gulags. The prisoners knew what awaited them: starvation, disease, death. One survivor said, "We knew we were surrounded, but Stalin's order was clear: hold at all costs." Many tried to break out in small groups, but only a handful escaped. These individual fates, from Hitler's ideological gamble to Kirponos's death in the pocket, to the 33,771 murdered at Babi Yar, were not separate tragedies, but interconnected consequences of the same strategic decisions. What, then, is the final verdict on the Battle of Kiev? The Battle of Kiev was the largest encirclement in military history, trapping 665,000 Soviet soldiers in a pocket that yielded 600,000 prisoners and destroyed an entire front. By any operational measure, it was a triumph. German commanders executed a double envelopment across hundreds of kilometers of hostile territory with precision and speed. The victory validated the principles of armored warfare that Guderian and other panzer theorists had developed in the interwar years. It demonstrated that the Wehrmacht, even after 2 months of continuous operations, could still achieve decisive results against a numerically superior enemy. It eliminated the threat to Army Group South's northern flank and opened the road to Ukraine's economic heartland. Hitler's decision to prioritize the destruction of Soviet forces and the capture of resources over the immediate assault on Moscow appeared, in the immediate aftermath, to be vindicated. But the operation was also, potentially, the decision that lost Germany the war. The delay to Operation Typhoon was real and measurable. 4 to 6 weeks elapsed between the start of the Kiev operation and the beginning of the Moscow offensive. Those weeks pushed the attack into the autumn mud season and the Russian winter. German forces that might have reached Moscow in early September instead arrived in late November, exhausted, understrength, and just in time to be stopped by weather and Soviet reserves. Many historians, including David Glantz and John Erickson, argue that this delay cost Germany its last realistic chance to win the war in the East. Without the capture of Moscow, the war became a grinding attrition struggle that Germany could not win against an enemy with vastly superior manpower and industrial capacity. The operational masterpiece enabled the strategic catastrophe. The debate over whether Hitler or his generals were correct remains unresolved. Some historians, notably David Stahel, argue that the logistical and operational constraints facing the Wehrmacht in August 1941 meant that a direct assault on Moscow would likely have failed, regardless of the Kiev diversion. Army Group Center was overstretched, undersupplied, and facing stiffening Soviet resistance at Smolensk. The panzers needed time to refit. The infantry needed time to catch up. The supply lines needed to be consolidated. In this view, the Kiev operation was a rational choice given the circumstances, and the failure at Moscow was inevitable given the fundamental mismatch between German objectives and German resources. Other historians maintain that the window was open in August, that Moscow could have been taken if the panzers had continued their advance, and that Hitler's decision to divert them was the fatal mistake. The counterfactual cannot be proven, but the consensus among military historians tilts toward the view that the delay undermined German prospects for quick victory. The direct connection between the military encirclement and the Babi Yar massacre 10 days later reveals that operational assessment cannot be separated from the war's exterminatory nature. The Battle of Kiev was not just a military operation, it was an enabler of genocide. The fall of the city brought it under German occupation. The occupation enabled the implementation of the final solution. The 33,771 Jews murdered at Babi Yar died because the Wehrmacht won the battle. The 600,000 Soviet POWs who died in the gulags died because German policy treated them as subhuman. The operational brilliance served an ideological program of extermination. To assess Kiev purely as a military operation, without acknowledging its role in the Nazi war of annihilation, is to miss the fundamental nature of the conflict. The Battle of Kiev forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Operational brilliance can serve strategic folly. Tactical genius can enable genocide. The largest military victory can contain the seeds of ultimate defeat. What lessons does this convergence hold for understanding the Second World War? The Battle of Kiev demonstrates how Hitler's ideological objectives consistently overrode military logic throughout the war in the East. The decision to prioritize Ukraine's resources and the destruction of Soviet forces over the capture of Moscow was not a purely strategic calculation. It reflected Nazi racial and economic goals. The conquest of Lebensraum, the subjugation of Slavic populations, and the extraction of resources to feed the Reich were foundational to the entire invasion. Hitler's vision was not limited to defeating the Red Army. It encompassed the restructuring of Eastern Europe according to Nazi racial doctrine. That vision shaped operational decisions in ways that professional military officers found irrational. The generals wanted to take Moscow because it was the enemy's capital and the hub of the transportation network. Hitler wanted Ukraine because it fit his ideological program. The clash between military professionalism and ideological fanaticism defined the German war effort and contributed to its ultimate failure. Stalin's command paralysis at Kiev exemplified the systemic weaknesses of the Soviet command structure that would cost millions of lives before reforms enabled eventual victory. The terror that Stalin had instilled in the Red Army through the purges created a culture where initiative was punished and retreat was treason. Commanders waited for explicit orders rather than acting on their own judgment. When the orders were wrong or came too late, entire armies were destroyed. Kiev was not an isolated incident. Similar disasters occurred at Minsk, Smolensk, Vyazma, and Bryansk in 1941. The pattern only changed when Stalin was forced to grant his commanders operational flexibility and when the survivors of the early disasters learned through bitter experience how to fight the Wehrmacht. The eventual Soviet victory was achieved despite Stalin's command style, not because of it. The operation reveals the inseparability of military operations and genocidal occupation on the Eastern Front. The encirclement directly enabled Babi Yar. The capture of prisoners directly enabled their starvation under the Hunger Plan. Military conquest and genocide were not parallel tracks. They were integrated components of a single strategy. The Wehrmacht was not merely fighting a conventional war, while the SS committed atrocities in the rear. The Wehrmacht provided logistical support, security, and in many cases active participation in the mass killings. The generals who executed brilliant encirclements were the same officers who signed orders for the starvation of prisoners and the deportation of civilians. The operational masterpieces enabled the genocidal occupation. To study the military history of the Eastern Front without confronting this reality is to fundamentally misunderstand the war. The Kiev dilemma, whether to prioritize Moscow or Ukraine, encapsulated Germany's fundamental strategic impossibility. The Reich lacked the resources to achieve all objectives simultaneously. Taking Moscow, conquering Ukraine, besieging Leningrad, and securing the Caucasus oil fields required more divisions, more tanks, more fuel, and more time than Germany possessed. The logistical overstretch was evident by August 1941. The supply lines could not keep pace with the advance. The infantry could not catch up to the panzers. The fuel shortages paralyzed entire formations. the mechanical breakdowns multiplied. The Wehrmacht was fighting a war of extermination that guaranteed total Soviet resistance. Yet, it lacked the resources to sustain offensive operations across a front that stretched from the Baltic to the Black Sea. The Kiev operation succeeded tactically, but failed strategically because it consumed resources and time that could not be replaced. The operational brilliance masked the underlying reality that Germany was losing the war of attrition from the moment the invasion began. The Battle of Kiev stands as a monument to a terrible truth. In war, the most brilliant tactical execution can serve the most catastrophic strategic vision. Military history cannot be separated from moral history. In those 16 days in September 1941, we see not just the largest encirclement ever achieved, but a microcosm of the entire Nazi war in the East, operationally masterful, strategically self-defeating, morally monstrous. The Battle of Kiev was the largest encirclement in military history, a tactical masterpiece that became a strategic catastrophe. Hitler's gamble against his general's advice destroyed 665,000 Soviet troops, but cost Germany the 4 to 6 weeks that might have won Moscow. Stalin's fatal refusal to authorize retreat until one day after the trap closed exemplified the command paralysis that would cost millions of Soviet lives before the system reformed, and the direct line from the encirclement to the Babi Yar massacre 10 days later revealed that this operational triumph was inseparable from the Nazi war of extermination. In answering how Kiev can be narrated, we find that it must be told as all three simultaneously: military masterpiece, strategic blunder, genocidal enabler. Only in that convergence do we understand the true nature of the war in the East. The 665,000 men who vanished into the pocket, the 33,771 murdered at Babi Yar, and the German soldiers who won the battle but lost the war, all testify to the same lesson. Brilliance in execution means nothing when it serves a vision built on madness and atrocity. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching.
June 1944. A Soviet tank commander named Dmitry Loza advances 100 kilometers in a single day during Operation Bagration. His unit overruns unprepared German rear echelon troops who never saw the Red Army coming. Crews fall asleep at their controls. Tanks break down from exhaustion. German supply depots burn while their occupants flee in panic. This wasn't luck. This wasn't overwhelming numbers. This was deep battle doctrine in action. A sophisticated military theory that would destroy Army Group Center. Kill or capture 350,000 German soldiers. And advance 600 kilometers in 5 weeks. The Soviets didn't just outfight the Wehrmacht. They outthought them. But first, Stalin would murder the men who created it. Late 1920s, Moscow. A brilliant Soviet officer named Mikhail Tukhachevsky is solving a problem that will define modern warfare. How do you break through enemy lines and keep going? How do you turn tactical victory into strategic collapse? His answer, deep battle doctrine, would eventually destroy the Wehrmacht. But first, Stalin would have him shot. Tukhachevsky wasn't working alone. Vladimir Triandafilov developed the mathematical backbone, calculating exact operational depth and tempo. How many kilometers per day? How many tons of supplies? How many echelons of troops you needed to not just break through but keep going until the enemy's entire defensive system shattered. Meanwhile, Georgy Isserson focused on mechanized warfare. He choreographed successive waves of armor and infantry to maintain unbroken offensive momentum. Tanks wouldn't just punch holes. They'd exploit deep into enemy rear areas, destroying reserves and command posts before the enemy could recover. This wasn't improvisation. It was rigorous operational science designed to avoid World War I's attritional bloodbaths. The doctrine emphasized continuous deep operations, not frontal assaults, but coordinated multi-echelon attacks penetrating enemy lines, then exploiting hundreds of kilometers into the rear. It was sophisticated, forward-thinking, exactly what the Red Army would desperately need. Then came the purges. Between 1937 and 1938, Stalin's paranoia consumed the Red Army's intellectual core. Tukhachevsky was executed June 11, 1937, age 44. Triandafilov had died in a 1931 plane crash, but his students were imprisoned or shot. Isserson was arrested in 1941. Approximately 30,000 officers purged. Deep battle doctrine was sidelined as politically suspect, associated with enemies of the people. The theories were suppressed. Manuals removed from circulation. The Red Army was left doctrinally bankrupt just as the greatest test in its history approached. When Operation Barbarossa struck on June 22, 1941, the consequences were catastrophic. Without deep battle's emphasis on coordination and operational depth, Soviet defensive lines collapsed. By late 1941, the Red Army had suffered millions of casualties. Entire armies were encircled and destroyed at Kiev and Smolensk. The Wehrmacht advanced hundreds of kilometers in weeks. By December 1941, the Red Army stood bloodied before Moscow. Millions dead. Vast territories lost. Soviet high command faced a choice: continue dying using outdated tactics, or resurrect the forbidden theories of the men Stalin had murdered. Desperation would prove a powerful teacher. Facing existential crisis in 1942, Soviet high command did something remarkable. They admitted their executed theorists had been right. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the man who defended Moscow in December 1941, and Marshal Alexander Vasilevsky, now chief of the General Staff, began quietly resurrecting Tukhachevsky's forbidden concepts. They restructured entire army groups, rewrote operational doctrine, all while the Wehrmacht still occupied Soviet soil. The theories that had gotten men shot in 1937 would now become the blueprint for destroying Hitler's armies. The transformation was systematic. Vasilevsky restructured formations into fronts. Massive strategic commands coordinating multiple combined arms armies across hundreds of kilometers. From 1943 onward, they introduced dedicated tank armies, purpose-built exploitation forces designed to punch through enemy lines and rampage deep into German rear areas. Over 57,000 T-34 tanks rolled off production lines during the war. Their sloped armor, up to 65 millimeters thick, and diesel engines outclassed early German panzers while remaining cheap enough to mass produce at 135,000 to 170,000 rubles each. But deep battle wasn't about throwing tanks forward and hoping. The doctrine became rigorously echeloned. First echelon rifle corps and divisions would break into enemy defensive belts through concentrated artillery fire and combined arms assault. Second echelon mechanized and tank formations would then exploit the breach, driving deep while the enemy was still reeling. Reserve echelons stood ready to reinforce success or pivot to new opportunities. This wasn't human waves. It was coordinated depth, mathematical and ruthless. Integration became everything. Soviet maskirovka, deception, evolved into an art form. Fake troop movements, dummy tanks, false radio traffic, all designed to make the Germans look the wrong way. Extensive reconnaissance mapped enemy defenses and identified weak points before the first shot was fired. Artillery, air power, and engineer units synchronized their efforts to breach the dense defensive belts the Germans had learned to construct. Yet Zhukov's own memoirs reveal heated debates over timing, scope, and logistical risks. Some commanders advocated caution, incremental advances rather than deep penetrations without sufficient reserves. The doctrine demanded calculated risk, not blind faith. The learning curve was brutal. The 1942 Rzhev offensives, the Rzhev meat grinder, demonstrated this savagely. Deep battle applied prematurely, without adequate forces or preparation, resulted in catastrophic Soviet casualties and minimal gains, hundreds of thousands dead. The doctrine had limits, and mastering it required blood and failure before triumph. But by summer 1943, the restructured Red Army faced its greatest test. At a place called Kursk, July 1943, German commanders launched their largest offensive since Barbarossa, Operation Citadel. They're aiming to encircle and destroy Soviet forces in the Kursk salient. Regain strategic initiative. Turn the tide. They're about to learn that deep battle works in defense too. Soviet intelligence, including the Lucy spy ring and partisan reconnaissance, identified German offensive plans weeks in advance. This allowed construction of defensive belts up to 300 kilometers deep. Over 5,000 Soviet tanks positioned in echelon reserves. The defensive phase demonstrated doctrinal maturity. Rather than defending at the front line, Soviet forces absorbed German attacks in depth. German armor exhausted itself against successive defensive belts while Soviet reserves remained uncommitted. Waiting. Calculating. War correspondent Vasily Grossman documented the human reality. Soviet sappers crawling through minefields at midnight, their hands shaking as they probed the earth inch by inch. They knew dawn tank breakthroughs depended on their survival. The deafening artillery barrages. The psychological toll of waiting in reserve while the front lines absorbed punishment. German casualties reached 50,000 to 60,000. They lost 300 to 400 tanks. The Wehrmacht failed to achieve breakthrough. Then the Red Army launched devastating counteroffensives. Operations Kutuzov and Polkovodets-Rumyantsev. They liberated Orel on August 5th, Belgorod on August 5th, Kharkov on August 23rd. The Katyusha rocket launcher, first used in July 1941 at Orsha, where it destroyed a German supply station and shocked enemy troops, reached maturity at Kursk. Over 10,000 launchers produced during the war. Its area saturation and psychological impact earned it the nickname Stalin's organ. The shriek became iconic of Soviet firepower. Soviet strategic initiative was established for the remainder of the war. Deep battle had proven itself in both defensive and offensive modes. The Red Army could absorb the blow, then transition seamlessly to offense. The Germans couldn't counter it. But Kursk was just the beginning. The doctrine that looked brilliant on paper now needed industrial muscle to sustain it across 600 kilometers of operational depth. Paper doesn't advance 600 kilometers. The Soviets built something the Germans never could. A logistical system capable of delivering 7,000 tons of supplies daily to multiple army groups simultaneously. This was industrial warfare perfected. During the major 1944 offensives, Soviet fronts received 5,000 to 7,000 tons of supplies per day via rail. The Red Army operated over 100,000 kilometers of military railways through a dedicated service called the Vojenskheldoroga. Every month, they delivered 100,000 to 150,000 tons of fuel and 200,000 to 300,000 tons of ammunition to the front. The Wehrmacht had nothing comparable. German logistics were still dependent on horses. Literally millions of horses. Struggling through Russian mud while Soviet trains ran day and night. But logistics meant nothing without equipment. Here, the Soviet industrial machine demonstrated terrifying efficiency. Over 57,000 T-34 tanks rolled off production lines during the war. Each cost 135,000 to 170,000 rubles. Their sloped armor and diesel engines outclassed early German tanks and proved reliable enough that centralized repair facilities could return 2,000 to 3,500 tanks to service monthly through repairs and rebuilding. Not new production, but sustained operational strength. Add 10,000 Katyusha rocket launchers for devastating area saturation. Add 36,000 IL-2 Sturmovik ground attack aircraft, the most produced military aircraft of World War II, providing devastating close air support that suppressed German infantry, armor, and artillery during breakthrough and exploitation phases. The Germans obsessed over these numbers. But they missed the point. This wasn't just about producing tanks. It was about sustaining multi-echelon operations over hundreds of kilometers. Deep battle doctrine required second and third echelon forces to have fuel, ammunition, and replacements waiting when they arrived. The Red Army maintained replacement pools of 250,000 to 400,000 men at any given time during 1944 to 45. They sent 1.5 million replacements to the front in 1944 alone. When a tank army broke through, it didn't stop because it ran out of shells or fuel. It kept going. Maintained by a logistical system the Wehrmacht couldn't match and couldn't stop. With doctrine refined and logistics in place, the Red Army was ready to demonstrate what deep battle could accomplish at full scale. The target, Army Group Center. The operation, Bagration. The result, one of the most devastating military defeats in history. June 23, 1944. German commanders in Army Group Center are confident the main Soviet summer offensive will strike further south. They're catastrophically wrong. Within 24 hours, Soviet artillery tears gaps in their lines. Within a week, German units are fleeing eastward faster than they'd advanced in 1941. Within 2 months, Army Group Center ceases to exist. Operation Bagration wasn't improvisation. It was deep battle doctrine executed with mathematical precision, the mature expression of everything Tukhachevsky had envisioned 2 decades earlier. For weeks before the offensive, Soviet reconnaissance teams mapped every German strongpoint, minefield, and reserve position. Meanwhile, Maskirovka deception operations, fake troop movements, dummy tanks, carefully orchestrated radio traffic, convinced German intelligence the main blow would fall in Ukraine, hundreds of kilometers south. When the storm finally broke on June 23rd across Belarus, the Germans were looking the wrong way. The Soviet force was massive. Over 2.3 million troops, 5,200 tanks, 5,300 aircraft across 4 coordinated fronts. 1st Baltic, 3rd Belarusian, 2nd Belarusian, 1st Belarusian. But this wasn't about overwhelming numbers. It was about operational sophistication. The offensive unfolded exactly as doctrine prescribed. Massed artillery pulverized German defensive belts. 1st echelon rifle divisions smashed through the shattered lines. Then came the tank armies. Those dedicated exploitation forces created in 1943, pouring through the gaps and racing deep into German rear areas. This was operational art, not brute force. Synchronized, echeloned, devastating. Tank Commander Dmitry Loza later described his unit's advance during Bagration. 100 kilometers covered in a single day. Crews so exhausted they fell asleep at their stations during brief halts. Tanks breaking down from the relentless pace. The surreal experience of overrunning German supply depots and headquarters whose occupants had no idea Soviet armor was anywhere near them. The exploitation phase moved faster than German commanders could process what was happening. The numbers tell the story of annihilation. Soviet casualties: 765,000 total, including 178,000 killed or missing, and 587,000 wounded. Substantial losses, but sustainable given the strategic outcome. German casualties: 350,000 to 400,000, killed, wounded, missing, with Army Group Center effectively ceasing to exist as a fighting force. In just over 2 months, the Red Army advanced more than 600 kilometers. They liberated Belarus, eastern Poland, and the Baltic states. Minsk fell July 3rd, Vilnius July 13th. By August, Soviet forces reached the Vistula River. The German Central Front collapsed entirely. Soviet strategic dominance was secured for the remainder of the war. Bagration wasn't an anomaly. It was deep battle doctrine executed with precision, the culmination of years of learning, restructuring, and industrial mobilization. But what did this sophistication look like for the men inside the tanks? The engineers clearing minefields under fire? The civilians caught in the operational depth? Behind every operational arrow on the map was a Soviet sapper crawling through a minefield at midnight. A tank crew driving until their vehicle broke down from exhaustion. A family fleeing their burning village with minutes' warning. Deep battle's sophistication didn't eliminate chaos. It channeled chaos into operational art that the Germans couldn't counter. War correspondent Vasily Grossman observed Soviet sappers clearing minefields under fire at night at Kursk, their hands shaking as they probed the earth inch by inch. Knowing that dawn tank breakthroughs depended on their survival, Tank Commander Dmitry Loza described his unit advancing 100 kilometers in a single day during Bagration. The exhilaration of breakthrough followed by exhaustion so complete that crews fell asleep at their controls. Vehicles breaking down from mechanical fatigue while German rear echelon units fled in panic. Letters from rank-and-file soldiers describe chaos, fear, and elation in equal measure during those rapid advances. Viktor Nekrasov's In the Trenches of Stalingrad captured the ground-level reality. The contrast between high command's strategic vision and the mud, blood, and confusion of actual combat. And in Ukraine, Grossman documented families fleeing burning villages with minutes' warning. Caught between retreating Germans destroying everything and advancing Soviets reshaping the landscape through operational depth, this is where we confront the persistent myth directly. Soviet success wasn't about human wave attacks or mindless numerical superiority. Detailed operational records from 1943 onward prove meticulous planning, combined arms sophistication, and operational surprise, not frontal assaults. Yes, early war Soviet attacks were costly and disorganized. The 1942 Rzhev offensives demonstrated this brutally. Deep battle applied prematurely resulted in catastrophic casualties and minimal gains. But by 1943-45, late war offensives minimized unnecessary losses through concentrated firepower, extensive intelligence gathering, and maneuver warfare that the Wehrmacht simply couldn't match. Even German commanders acknowledged this in their after-action reports. They expressed shock at Soviet operational sophistication, the effectiveness of Maskirovka, the collapse of German fronts under multi-echelon assaults. Deep battle worked because it was doctrine, not desperation. The doctrine that Tukhachevsky conceived in the 1920s, that Stalin nearly destroyed in the 1930s, and that Zhukov perfected in the 1940s didn't die with the Wehrmacht. Deep battle remains foundational in Russian military thought and is studied worldwide. The U.S. Army's air-land battle doctrine of the 1980s drew directly on these lessons. Operational depth, multi-domain integration, striking enemy reserves before they could react. Modern Russian new generation warfare continues adapting these concepts with cyber, information, and hybrid elements. The operational art that destroyed Army Group Center still shapes how 21st century militaries think about breakthrough, exploitation, and the brutal mathematics of modern war. From the mathematical brilliance of Tukhachevsky's theories to the smoking ruins of Army Group Center, deep battle proved that victory belongs not to the largest army, but to the most sophisticated doctrine executed with precision. The Red Army that stumbled into 1941 with millions of casualties learned to coordinate multi-echelon offensives across 600 kilometers. Synchronize 36,000 aircraft with 57,000 tanks. Deliver 7,000 tons of supplies daily to the front. They transformed operational art into operational annihilation. This wasn't the human wave myth. This was the brutal mathematics of modern warfare perfected. Deep battle won World War II. And it's still winning wars today. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching. On December 2nd, 1941, a German motorcycle patrol reached Khimki village. 5 kilometers. That's all that separated them from the Kremlin. Through frozen binoculars, they saw Stalin's golden spires. They could count the onion domes. One soldier wrote home, "Mother, we can see Moscow. The war is almost over." 72 hours later, these same men ran for their lives. The temperature hit -40. They left everything behind. Tanks, guns, wounded friends. Men who thought they'd won were now freezing to death in the snow. This is how 5 kilometers changed the world. June 22nd, 1941. Hitler unleashed hell. 3.8 million German soldiers crossed into Russia. Largest invasion in human history. They moved like lightning. Minsk fell in 5 days. Smolensk in 3 weeks. By October, they'd captured 3 million Soviet prisoners, destroyed 20,000 tanks. The Red Army looked finished. Field Marshal Fedor von Bock commanded the Central Force. He wrote in his diary, "The enemy is broken. Moscow will fall within the week." Hitler went on radio October 3rd. "The Soviet Union will never rise again." October 2nd, they launched Operation Typhoon, the final blow. 1.9 million soldiers, 2,000 tanks, 14,000 guns, all aimed at Moscow. The plan was perfect. In 2 weeks, they trapped 670,000 Soviet soldiers at Vyazma and Bryansk. The road to Moscow lay open. German tank commander Heinz Guderian raced ahead. His tanks covered 200 kilometers in 3 days. Nothing could stop them. But something did stop them. Not bullets. Not bombs. Mud. October rains came early that year. Roads turned to swamps. Tanks sank to their turrets. Trucks disappeared completely. Horses drowned trying to pull guns through the muck. The Russians called it Rasputitsa, the time without roads. Guderian's diary, October 28th. "The mud is worse than the enemy. We're drowning in it." Therefore, when temperatures finally dropped and froze the mud solid in November, the Germans had lost precious weeks. And those weeks would cost them everything. November 7th, 1941. Snow fell on Red Square. Stalin stood on Lenin's tomb. German artillery boomed 40 kilometers away. He didn't flinch. Instead, he held a military parade. Tanks rolled past. Soldiers marched in formation. Straight from the parade, they went to the front lines. Stalin's message was clear. Moscow would not surrender. The Germans watched through binoculars, shocked. They expected panic. They saw defiance. Then the real enemy arrived. November 15th. Temperature, -20 Celsius. German soldiers still wore summer uniforms. High command had promised winter clothes. The clothes never came. Wilhelm Hoffmann, infantry private, wrote, "I wrapped newspapers around my feet. The paper turned to ice. Now I have no toes." Tank engines wouldn't start. Oil turned solid. Machine guns jammed. Frozen triggers broke fingers. Telescopic sights cracked. Radio batteries died. But the Germans kept attacking. They had to take Moscow before full winter hit. November 28th. Temperature, -30. German doctor Heinrich Hoppe recorded, "I amputated 60 frozen limbs today. Tomorrow will be worse." By December, frostbite casualties outnumbered combat wounds. 100,000 German soldiers lost fingers, toes, or limbs to the cold. The Soviets knew this cold. General Georgy Zhukov had taken command October 10th. He ordered his men, "Let winter fight for us." Soviet soldiers had warm clothes, felt boots, and fur hats. Their weapons used different oil that didn't freeze. Their tanks had wider tracks for snow. German soldiers started stripping dead Russians for clothes. Corporal Franz Bauer admitted, "I took boots from a dead Ivan." His feet were smaller than mine, but frozen feet are better than no feet. Therefore, as German forces made their final push, they weren't fighting one enemy anymore. They were fighting two, and the second enemy never slept, never retreated, never showed mercy. December 2nd, 1941, 2:30 p.m. Sergeant Klaus Müller's motorcycle patrol entered Khimki. They stopped at the train station. Through the falling snow, there it was, the Kremlin. Müller radioed headquarters. "We can see it. We can see Moscow." They'd made it. After 2,000 kilometers, after 5 months of blood and death, they could see their prize. But Moscow wasn't empty. It was a fortress. Every factory became a strong point. Workers welded tank traps from steel beams. Children filled bottles with gasoline for Molotov cocktails. Women dug anti-tank ditches in frozen ground. 800,000 civilians prepared to fight. The Germans hit 3 suburb fortresses, Tula, Klin, and Solnechnogorsk. In Tula, factory workers joined regular troops. Dieter Kraus, German infantry. Every worker had a rifle. They fought harder than soldiers. They were defending their homes. German tanks entered the city. Soviet workers dropped Molotov cocktails from factory roofs. 23 tanks burned in one street. Klin turned into a meat grinder. Every building held snipers. Every basement hid machine guns. Hans Weber, Panzer Crew. "We couldn't use our tanks. Too much rubble. Too many ambushes. We fought room by room, dying for each meter." At Krasnaya Polyana, Germans captured the estate where Tolstoy wrote War and Peace. 23 kilometers from the Kremlin, they set up artillery. They could shell Moscow's suburbs. General Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb noted, "We're so close. But the men are finished." German divisions were shadows. The 2nd Panzer Division had 30 tanks left from 260. The 87th Infantry, 1,500 men standing from 7,000. And then they heard train whistles. Not from ahead. From behind Soviet lines. Stalin's greatest secret was arriving. Fresh Siberian divisions. 250,000 men. Trained for winter warfare. Equipped with the newest T-34 tanks. Stalin had kept them hidden, waiting. His spy Richard Sorg confirmed Japan wouldn't attack Russia's eastern border. These troops were free to fight. General Konstantin Rokossovsky saw them arrive. They came off the trains singing, full strength, full equipment, ready to attack. Therefore, at the moment Germans could see victory, that victory was already lost. They just didn't know it yet. December 5th, 1941, 3 a.m., -40 degrees. German sentries heard it first, a low rumble, then louder, then deafening, Soviet artillery, thousands of guns opening fire. The ground shook, the sky turned orange. 1.1 million Soviet soldiers attacked. 7,000 guns. 1,000 aircraft. Fresh troops screaming "Ura!" as they charged through the snow. The German line shattered like glass. Private Ernst Buchner was eating frozen bread when Soviets overran his trench. They came from nowhere. White ghosts in the snow. We ran. Everyone ran. No German unit was ready. They had no winter positions, no fortifications, no reserves. They'd used everything trying to take Moscow. Now they had nothing left to defend with. Panic spread like fire. The 4th Army abandoned their positions, left wounded men screaming in the snow. The 9th Army dissolved into fleeing groups. Officers lost control. Maps were useless. Compasses froze. Radio silence. Nobody knew where anybody was. Field Marshal von Bock pleaded with Hitler, "We must retreat. Now. Or lose the entire army." December 16th. Hitler's response, "No retreat. Not one step back. Any commander who retreats will be shot. But the retreat had already begun. Nothing could stop it. Germans abandoned everything. 1,000 tanks, frozen solid useless metal coffins, 20,000 vehicles, out of fuel, buried in snow. Soldiers threw away weapons to run faster, left supply dumps burning, left field hospitals with patients still inside. Lieutenant Friedrich Kellner's diary, December 20th. This isn't retreat. It's collapse. The army is dying. The Soviets chased them relentlessly. T-34 tanks crushed fleeing columns. Cavalry units with sabers cut down stragglers. Ski troops appeared from forests, attacked, then vanished. Aircraft strafed anything moving on the roads. By January 7, 1942, Germans had been thrown back 100 to 250 kilometers. 250,000 casualties. Frozen, wounded, dead, or missing. Entire divisions ceased to exist. General Franz Halder, Chief of Staff, confronted Hitler. "We've lost 500,000 men since June. We cannot replace them." Hitler fired him. Therefore, the invincible Wehrmacht, the force that conquered France in 6 weeks, was broken at Moscow's gates. They would never fully recover. Moscow wasn't just a city. It was the Soviet Union's beating heart. 11 major rail lines met there. Cut those lines, the Soviet Union couldn't move troops, couldn't supply factories, couldn't feed its people. Moscow produced 10% of Soviet tanks, planes, and ammunition. Lose Moscow, lose the war. But the battle meant more than strategy. Before Moscow, the Wehrmacht had never lost. Poland, conquered in 5 weeks. France, 6 weeks. Yugoslavia, 11 days. Greece, 3 weeks. The German military machine looked unstoppable. Resistance seemed pointless. December 5th changed everything. Winston Churchill heard the news in London. He told Parliament, "The Germans have been beaten. They can be beaten again." President Roosevelt watched from Washington. He saw the Soviets could fight, would fight, could win. American Lend-Lease aid increased tenfold. The psychological shift was earthquake level. Soviet soldier Ivan Kopets wrote his wife, "We chased them. The mighty Germans ran from us. I've never felt so proud." German Corporal Hans Roth wrote, "We thought we were supermen. Now we know we're not. We can lose. We will lose." December 7th, 2 days into the Soviet counteroffensive, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. December 11th, Hitler declared war on America. He now fought on 2 fronts against 3 superpowers. Military historian John Keegan called it the most catastrophic week in German history. The numbers tell the story. In 3 months around Moscow, 1 million casualties total. Germany lost 250,000 men they couldn't replace. Lost equipment for 50 divisions. Lost their best commanders, fired or dead. Lost initiative forever. After Moscow, Germany never launched another successful strategic offensive in the east. Only retreats. Only defeats. Stalingrad. Kursk. Berlin. Soviet Marshal Zhukov said it simply. Moscow was where we stopped retreating and started advancing. We advanced all the way to Berlin. Therefore, those 5 kilometers, that tiny gap between German fingers and Moscow's throat, became the space where history pivoted, where Hitler's 1,000-year Reich began its 3-year death spiral. Helmut Hoffmann survived Moscow. Barely. 40 years later, he returned. Stood in Khimki where his unit saw the Kremlin. He cried, "I was 21. I thought we were liberating Russia. I left my friends frozen in these fields. For what? For nothing." 800,000 Soviet civilians died defending Moscow. Lyudmila Pavlichenko, female sniper with 309 kills, testified, Every German I shot, I thought of my brother. The Germans killed him at Smolensk. Moscow was personal. Hitler blamed everyone except himself. He fired 35 generals after Moscow. Blamed cowardice. Blamed defeatism. Never mentioned his greatest mistake, forbidding winter equipment because he thought the war would end before winter came. Wilhelm Keitel, German High Command, admitted after the war, Moscow broke Hitler. He was never the same. Never trusted his generals again. The Soviets learned different lessons. Stalin nearly destroyed his army with purges before the war. After Moscow, he listened to his generals. Let Zhukov lead. Let professionals fight. That change helped win the war. General Winter gets too much credit. Yes, Winter was brutal. But Winter alone didn't stop the Germans. Soviet blood stopped them. Soviet courage. Soviet sacrifice. Soviet strategy. Weather was a weapon, but people pulled the trigger. Modern historians calculated the moment. If Germans had taken Moscow, the Soviet Union might have collapsed. No Eastern Front means 40 German divisions freed for North Africa and Western Europe. D-Day might have failed. Atomic bombs might have fallen on Berlin, not Hiroshima. The Cold War might never have happened, or happened differently. All because of 5 kilometers. December 5th is now Day of Military Glory in Russia. Veterans gather at the monument in Khimki. They remember friends who didn't come home. They remember when Moscow stood alone against the darkness and won. The memorial's inscription reads, "Here in 1941, the fascist advance on Moscow was stopped." 5 kilometers. 3 days in December. 1.1 million Soviet soldiers saying, "Not one step further." That's how you change the world. The Kremlin's golden spires still shine today. They've seen Napoleon's retreat, Hitler's defeat, the Soviet Union's fall, and Russia's rise. But December 1941 remains the closest any invader has come to conquering Moscow since the Mongols. Measured in blood, measured in ice, measured in exactly 5 frozen kilometers. The German soldiers who glimpsed Moscow through frozen binoculars carried that image forever. The moment they almost won. The moment everything changed. The moment an empire died in the Russian snow. 5 kilometers from victory. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more fascinating World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching.
Winter, 1942. The German Sixth Army, the pride of the Wehrmacht, believed they were on the verge of final victory in their brutal conquest of Stalingrad. But in just 4 days, that victory would turn into the greatest single defeat in German military history. How did 250,000 of the world's most professional soldiers go from conquerors to captives, starving, freezing, and completely surrounded? The answer begins not in the hellish streets of Stalingrad, but on the vast, silent, and frozen plains far beyond them. While the Germans bled themselves white in the city, the Soviet Marshal Georgy Zhukov was orchestrating a masterstroke. In absolute secrecy, he gathered a force of almost unimaginable scale. Over 1 million fresh soldiers, 1,500 tanks, and thousands of artillery pieces. A Soviet soldier later recalled, "We marched in the dark, whispering. We knew something enormous was coming. This was Operation Uranus. Its goal was not to reinforce the city. Its goal was to surround it, to trap the entire German army inside it. This success depended on the uniquely Russian military doctrine known as maskirovka, the art of total deception. All troop movements were conducted at night, and radio traffic was a mix of coded messages and deliberate disinformation. The deception was total. The Germans believed their lines were strong, but it was a fatal illusion. Their long, exposed flanks were held not by elite German divisions, but by their allies, the Romanians, Hungarians, and Italians. These were brave men, but they were poorly armed and stretched dangerously thin. The Romanian armies, in particular, were a disaster waiting to happen, equipped with obsolete anti-tank guns that were useless against the Soviet T-34. As one Romanian officer wrote in his diary, "We have only old guns against their tanks. It will be slaughter." The German high command knew their flanks were vulnerable, but a fatal arrogance blinded them. They believed the Red Army was too broken, too exhausted to launch a major strike. Could these thin, frozen lines really stop a Soviet storm? On November 19th, 1942, the northern pincer struck. A blinding blizzard covered the battlefield. Suddenly, thousands of Soviet guns opened fire in a deafening barrage that vaporized the frontline defenses. Then, out of the snow, came the T-34 tanks, an unstoppable river of steel. The Romanian Third Army collapsed in a matter of hours. Men ran in panic as their shells bounced harmlessly off the Soviet armor. The very next day, the southern pincer smashed into the 4th Romanian Army with the same result. The defenses shattered. The wide, frozen plains, once a barrier, now became highways for Soviet tanks, racing west, racing to slam the door shut. The sheer chaos of the Romanian collapse was terrifying. Soviet T-34 tanks appeared like ghosts out of the blizzard, driving right over trenches and gun positions. The Romanian command structure disintegrated. For the soldiers on the ground, it was a complete rout. They abandoned their heavy equipment and fled west across the open, freezing steppe, hunted down by Soviet cavalry and low-flying aircraft. This was not a tactical retreat. It was the total disintegration of two entire armies. The hole torn in the German front was now hundreds of kilometers wide, an open wound into which the Soviets poured their armored reserves. Inside Stalingrad, the confused reports of a minor attack quickly turned into a torrent of disaster. General Friedrich Paulus, the commander of the 6th Army, finally understood the mortal danger he was in. He begged Hitler for permission to break out immediately, before the trap was fully closed. But Hitler's answer, from his safe headquarters hundreds of miles away, was a fantasy born of madness. He ordered, "The 6th Army will stand and fight where it is. It will be supplied by air." But could the Luftwaffe really feed 250,000 men in the middle of a Russian winter? The promise was a lie. The 6th Army needed a minimum of 500 tons of supplies every single day just to survive. The Luftwaffe, battling the Russian winter and the resurgent Soviet Air Force, would be lucky to deliver 100. Hunger set in almost immediately. Soldiers ate their horses, then the rats, then boiled the leather from their belts. As one soldier wrote in his diary, "We are freezing, we are starving. No one will leave Stalingrad alive." The decision to stand fast was met with disbelief and despair among the 6th Army's command staff. They knew the airlift was a logistical impossibility. They knew that staying put meant a slow, agonizing death. Yet, the German officer corps was bound by an ironclad oath of personal loyalty to Adolf Hitler. To disobey a direct order from the Führer was unthinkable. Trapped between a suicidal order from their leader and a rapidly closing ring of Soviet steel, Paulus and his generals chose obedience. It was a decision that would doom their army and turn a military crisis into one of history's greatest human tragedies. While Paulus was paralyzed by Hitler's order, the Soviet pincers were closing with breathtaking speed. The southern pincer, having smashed the 4th Romanian Army, now raced towards its objective. the town of Kalach and its vital bridges over the Don River. The capture of this town was the key to the entire operation. On November 22nd, in a legendary feat of daring, the Soviet 26th Tank Corps advanced on the main bridge at Kalach at night with their headlights on. The German defenders, confused and expecting reinforcements, mistook the T-34s for their own panzers and allowed them to cross without a fight. They seized the bridge intact, a spectacular failure of German security that sealed the 6th Army's fate. On November 23rd, just 4 days after the first shells were fired, the two Soviet pincers met at the town of Kalash. The noose was closed. The hunters had become the hunted. The Germans called it the Kessel, the Cauldron. The battle for Stalingrad had begun as Hitler's dream of a swift victory. It now ended for the 6th Army as a nightmare of frostbite, hunger, and death. Their obsession with the Rats' War had blinded them to the real danger gathering on the plains. And when the trap finally closed, 230,000 men had been swallowed alive, abandoned in a frozen hell from which there would be no escape. To witness the harrowing story of survival and despair inside the Kessel and the desperate German attempt to break the encirclement, make sure you are subscribed to our channel. Your support helps us continue to tell these vital stories. In the bitter cold of January 1943, Friedrich Paulus, commander of the 6th Army, found himself trapped and compelled to surrender at Stalingrad, marking a pivotal turn in World War II. As the freezing winds howled over Stalingrad, over 250,000 German soldiers faced inevitable doom, encircled by relentless Soviet troops. The noose had begun to tighten in November 1942 when Soviet forces executed Operation Uranus, skillfully cutting off the German 6th Army from any logistical support. This strategic encirclement was masterminded by Generals Georgy Zhukov and Alexander Vasilevsky, trapping the Axis forces in a lethal grip from which there was no escape. The dire conditions that followed were exacerbated by one of the harshest winters on record, with temperatures plummeting to -30 degrees Celsius. German troops, ill-prepared for such extreme cold, struggled with frostbite, starvation, and disease. The dwindling supplies made survival a daily challenge. Records from the period detail soldiers being reduced to eating their horses and reports of cannibalism among the desperate troops. Lieutenant General Arthur Schmidt, Paulus's chief of staff, described the situation as a nightmare of endless suffering. On January 31st, 1943, after enduring months of brutal siege, General Friedrich Paulus went against Hitler's direct order of no surrender and decided to capitulate. This decision was not made lightly. Paulus was promoted to field marshal by Hitler, who expected him to commit suicide rather than surrender, as no German field marshal had ever been captured alive. However, facing the reality of his encircled and suffering troops, Paulus surrendered at the Univermag department store, which served as his headquarters in the devastated city. His decision was communicated through a somber radio message that marked the first major defeat of the Wehrmacht in the war. The immediate effects of the surrender were profound. Approximately 91,000 surviving soldiers were taken as prisoners of war, marking a stark turning point in World War II. This massive capture included 24 generals, further signifying the scale of the defeat. Soviet leader Joseph Stalin announced the victory at Stalingrad as a crushing blow to the Nazi regime, a sentiment echoed by Winston Churchill in his address, where he described the victory as a turning point of the war, from which the Nazis would never recover. The human cost of the Battle of Stalingrad was staggering, with the German Sixth Army suffering approximately 147,200 killed and 91,000 captured, many of whom would not survive the subsequent years in Soviet captivity. The city itself was reduced to rubble, with civilian casualties estimated in the tens of thousands. The surrender of the Sixth Army was not just a military defeat, but also a psychological blow to Nazi Germany. It shattered the invincibility of Hitler's forces and galvanized the Allied powers. The surrender of the Sixth Army was just the beginning. The aftermath and march of the survivors would tell a tale of human endurance and despair. The stories that emerged from the ruins of Stalingrad and the mouths of its survivors painted a vivid picture of the brutal reality of warfare, setting a somber stage for the pivotal events that were yet to unfold in World War II. In the bitter cold of January 1943, following the surrender of Friedrich Paulus at Stalingrad, the remnants of the once mighty Sixth Army, numbering approximately 91,000, began a harrowing journey from the ruins of the city to Soviet prisoner camps. The prisoners, weakened by hunger and frostbite, faced a grueling march that stretched hundreds of kilometers across the frozen steppes of the Soviet Union. Historian Antony Beevor notes that temperatures plummeted to minus 30 degrees Celsius, turning this trek into a death march for many. Survivors recount unimaginable hardships. Heinz Schroeder, a German private, described the march as a perpetual fight against hunger, cold, and exhaustion. His memoir vividly recounts days without food, nights spent in the open, and the constant threat of death from exposure or execution. Each step was a victory of will, he wrote, reflecting the psychological and physical torment endured. The march was marked by the bodies of those who collapsed along the way. Soviet guards rarely allowed rest or aid for the fallen. The mortality rates were staggering. By the time they reached camps in places like Beketovka, only about half of the prisoners who left Stalingrad were still alive. Dieter Pohl, a historian specializing in World War II Soviet camps, estimates that the combination of starvation, disease, and harsh treatment resulted in the death of 50,000 Germans by the end of 1943. The conditions in the camps were no less brutal. Rudolf Friemel, another survivor, recounted in a letter how they were crammed into barracks with little heating, subsisting on meager rations that did little to stave off malnutrition and the rampant spread of diseases like typhus. Personal stories underscore the brutal reality of these marches. Gerhard Gronefeld, another prisoner, recalled a fellow soldier who, driven mad by hunger, attempted to escape and was shot by a guard. His story highlights the desperate lengths to which many went to survive. These narratives not only recount physical suffering, but also depict the psychological scars borne by the survivors, many of whom were haunted by their experiences for the rest of their lives. Despite the immense suffering, there were rare instances of empathy and shared humanity. Karl Kretschmer, a sergeant, wrote about a young Soviet girl who, risking punishment, secretly offered him and his comrades bread during a brief halt. Such acts of kindness were beacons of hope in the overwhelming darkness and are testament to the enduring spirit of compassion amidst the horrors of war. While the death march marked the nadir of human suffering, the battle's outcome would resonate far beyond the immediate horrors. The crushing defeat and the appalling conditions faced by the German prisoners of war underscored the turning of the tide against Axis forces in Eastern Europe. The Battle of Stalingrad, culminating in this tragic march, not only decimated the Sixth Army, but also marked a critical shift in the momentum of World War II, heralding the relentless push of Soviet forces towards Berlin. The stories of these prisoners encapsulate the profound human cost of the war and serve as a somber reminder of the limits of endurance and the resilience of the human spirit. The fall of Stalingrad not only reshaped the Eastern Front, but also heralded new chapters in the global conflict. By February 1943, the surrender of the Sixth Army marked the first definitive defeat of the Wehrmacht, signaling a crucial turning point in World War II. This battle starkly contrasted earlier rapid successes that Hitler's forces had experienced, marking a significant shift in the momentum of the war from the Axis to the Allies. Strategically, the victory at Stalingrad allowed the Soviet Union to launch a series of counteroffensives, notably Operation Uranus, which effectively encircled German troops and cut off their supply lines, amplifying the devastating impact on German military capabilities. Psychologically, the defeat inflicted a severe blow to German morale and Hitler's aura of invincibility. Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus's decision to surrender, defying Hitler's direct order for a fight to the death, exemplified the breakdown of Nazi ideological indoctrination under extreme duress. The repercussions of this event extended beyond the military sphere, as noted by historian Antony Beevor, who stated, "Stalingrad was the psychological turning point of Nazi Germany's fortunes." The surrender was a public humiliation for Hitler, who had promoted Paulus to field marshal, hoping it would deter him from surrendering. No German marshal had ever been captured. The fallout eroded trust within the German high command and sowed seeds of doubt among the German populace and troops about the infallibility of their Führer's judgment. The long-term consequences of Stalingrad were profound and far-reaching. The battle not only decimated the Sixth Army, which suffered approximately 400,000 casualties, but also severely depleted the Wehrmacht's resources and strategic reserves. This loss was a blow from which Germany never fully recovered. Subsequently, the weakened state of the German forces allowed the Soviets to regain territories and press towards Eastern Europe, thereby altering the geographical and political landscape post-war. The victory at Stalingrad was pivotal as it bolstered the Soviet Union's position in the Allies, influencing future diplomatic negotiations and shaping the post-war reorganization of Europe. The story of Stalingrad, filled with tales of extraordinary human resilience and tactical ingenuity, serves as a poignant reminder of the brutal reality of warfare. The Soviet defense, orchestrated by General Zhukov, demonstrated innovative military strategies, such as the hugging tactic, which minimized the Germans' ability to leverage their air superiority. This battle also underscored the importance of logistics and intelligence in modern warfare. The effective use of Rattenkrieg, or War of the Rats, by the Red Army exploited the urban decay to their advantage, turning the city into a death trap for the invading forces. Stalingrad's legacy as a decisive turning point in World War II continues to be a subject of extensive analysis and reflection. Its lessons in leadership, strategy, and human endurance remain relevant to both military scholars and strategists. The city's resistance and eventual victory encapsulate the indomitable spirit of the Soviet people and their significant contribution to the defeat of Nazism, forever marking Stalingrad as both a symbol of Soviet resilience and a turning point that reshaped global history. The surrender at Stalingrad and the subsequent ordeals endured by the German prisoners underscored the brutal reality of war and marked a decisive shift in World War II, fundamentally altering its course and leaving a lasting legacy on world history. If you enjoyed this story, on the night of February 16, 1944, 60,000 German soldiers charged into a blizzard, shouting, "Hurrah!" and brandishing bayonets, not toward victory, but into what survivors would call Hell's Gate, where Soviet cavalry would hack them down with sabers, and more than 1 in 3 would die in the snow. This was Korsun-Cherkassy, the forgotten little Stalingrad that warned of catastrophes to come. This battle demonstrated everything that would make the Soviet Union unstoppable in 1944. Marshal Zhukov coordinated massive encirclements across multiple fronts. Hitler refused to let his armies retreat until escape became impossible. And when 60,000 trapped men finally tried to break free, they ran straight into a medieval nightmare of cavalry charges and artillery fire that killed 20,000 soldiers in a single night. 4 months later, the Soviets would use these exact same tactics at Operation Bagration to destroy Army Group Center and kill or capture 450,000 German troops. Korsun-Cherkassy was the warning. Bagration was the catastrophe. And between them lies one of history's most damning questions. Why did no one learn the lesson written in blood and snow? By January 1944, the Soviets had learned the lessons of Stalingrad. Now they were ready to teach them. The German 8th Army occupied a substantial bulge in the line northeast of Cherkassy, along the Dnieper River. Military planners call these bulges salients. They offer defensible terrain and forward positions. They also create opportunities for encirclement. The Germans saw the first advantage, Marshal Georgy Zhukov saw the second. On January 24, 1944, Zhukov coordinated something unprecedented, a multi-front pincer operation that deployed 400,000 Soviet troops, 500 tanks, and 5,000 guns against the vulnerable German salient. The Second Ukrainian Front under General Ivan Konev attacked from the north and west. Simultaneously, the First Ukrainian Front under General Nikolai Vatutin attacked from the east and south. This was not a simple assault. This was operational-level warfare, the coordination of separate armies across hundreds of miles to achieve a single strategic objective. The scale revealed how far Soviet capabilities had advanced since the desperate days of 1941. 5 complete ground armies moved in concert. At least 1,000 aircraft provided support. The numerical disparity was crushing. 400,000 Soviets against 60,000 Germans trapped in the salient. These were not the force ratios of equals trading blows. These were the numbers of an industrial giant that had learned to deploy overwhelming power with surgical precision. The jaws snapped shut with shocking speed. Just 4 days after the offensive began, on January 28th, the 2 Soviet fronts joined near the village of Zvenigorodka. Along the Niloy-Tikich River, 6 German divisions, 60,000 men, found themselves trapped in a roughly circular pocket centered on Korsun. The encirclement tempo demonstrated the operational doctrine that made Soviet deep battle tactics devastating. Where earlier encirclements had taken weeks and allowed escape corridors to remain open, Zhukov's forces completed their trap in less than a week. This was the first time since Stalingrad that the Soviets had successfully surrounded a major German force. But Stalingrad had taken months of grinding urban warfare before the encirclement succeeded. Korsun took 4 days. The Soviets had not just repeated their earlier success. They had refined it, systematized it, and turned encirclement from a desperate gamble into operational doctrine that could be deployed at will. But as the jaws of Zhukov's trap snapped shut around 60,000 German soldiers, one man 1,500 miles away would make the decision that transformed encirclement into annihilation. The pocket could have been evacuated. Corridors existed. Manstein's panzers were moving. But Hitler had other plans. In the critical first days after encirclement, when escape routes remained relatively open and the Soviet ring had not yet solidified, Hitler made a decision that sealed the fate of 60,000 men. He designated Korsun a fortress on the Dnieper. The terminology mattered. Fortresses hold. Fortresses do not retreat. Fortresses fight where they stand until relief arrives, or the enemy breaks. Hitler had used this same logic at Stalingrad, where the 6th Army held its positions until it ceased to exist as a fighting force. Hitler's tactical interference went beyond symbolic declarations. He ordered the trapped forces to attempt a counter-encirclement operation against the Soviet spearheads. The idea was tactically absurd. The Germans inside the pocket had neither the numbers nor the mobility to envelop Soviet forces that outnumbered them nearly 7-1. But the order consumed precious days. Days when the pocket was still relatively intact. Days when organized withdrawal might have been possible. Days that would never return. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein understood what Hitler did not. Time was the enemy. Manstein commanded Army Group South and bore responsibility for the trapped divisions. He organized two major relief attempts to break through to the pocket from the outside. The first attempt broke through initial Soviet defenses on February 4th, but bogged down as atrocious weather combined with effective Soviet resistance. The terrain turned to mud. The advance stalled. Manstein reinforced and tried again. On February 11th, German armor launched a second, more heavily reinforced relief attempt. What followed was one of the great tank melees of the war, hundreds of armored vehicles clashing across frozen fields in a desperate race to reach the pocket. Soviet and German tanks traded fire at ranges measured in hundreds of meters. Crews fought and died in steel boxes that offered protection from bullets but became coffins when penetrated by armor-piercing rounds. The battle raged for hours. The panzers never got closer than 25 miles to the pocket. 25 miles might as well have been 250. The trapped infantry could not march that distance through Soviet-controlled territory without being slaughtered. The relief force could not advance further without exposing itself to encirclement. The gap remained unbridgeable. By mid-February, the arithmetic of survival had become brutal. Supplies inside the pocket dwindled. Ammunition stocks fell. The wounded accumulated in field hospitals that lacked medicine and heat. Soviet forces tightened the ring, and 25 miles away, Manstein's exhausted panzers sat immobile, having spent their strength in failed attempts to close an impossible distance. By mid-February, with relief forces frozen 25 miles away and supplies exhausted, only one option remained, and it led straight through a killing ground the survivors would never forget. They charged into the night with bayonets fixed and a battle cry on their lips, 60,000 men betting everything on one desperate dash for freedom. Late in the evening of February 16th, the first German breakout echelon moved forward. Officers gave the order. Men fixed bayonets to rifles. The cry went up. Hurrah! They charged into the darkness, hoping speed and surprise would carry them through the Soviet lines before the defenders could organize effective resistance. For a brief moment, the gamble seemed to work. The initial assault caught Soviet forward positions unprepared. Germans pushed through the first defensive line. Then nature intervened with perfect timing for catastrophe. A furious blizzard struck the battlefield. Snow that had already accumulated a yard deep on the ground suddenly multiplied. Visibility collapsed to a few meters. The temperature plunged. Wind howled across the open steppe, driving snow horizontally into the faces of men trying to navigate by compass and desperation. Units lost contact with adjacent formations. Officers lost sight of their own men. The breakout column, which had maintained some semblance of organization during the initial charge, began to fragment into smaller groups, stumbling through the storm. At precisely this moment, when 60,000 men needed leadership most desperately, command collapsed. General Lieutenant Wilhelm Stemmermann had organized relief forces moments earlier. He understood the terrain. He knew the plan. He was attempting to coordinate the breakout across multiple divisions when Soviet artillery found his position. A direct hit killed him instantly. One moment the trapped forces had a commander. The next moment they had a corpse and 60,000 leaderless soldiers in the middle of a Soviet killing zone. The breakdown of German command structure meant there was no one to coordinate the desperate mass of humanity pushing through the blizzard. Junior officers made decisions based on what they could see, which was almost nothing. Soldiers followed whoever seemed confident, which often meant following other lost men. The breakout, which had begun as a military operation with defined objectives and coordinated movements, degenerated into a mob fleeing through a storm toward a theoretical safety they could not see and might not reach. But as dawn broke on February 17th and the blizzard howled, the Soviets were waiting, and they had prepared something medieval. What happened next wasn't war, it was butchery. As the mass of German infantry approached the narrow corridor that survivors would name Hell's Gate, the hillside erupted with a roar. Soviet artillery, machine guns, and tank rounds slammed into the defenseless columns. The scene became pure horror. Men who had survived the initial charge, survived the blizzard, survived the night without their commander, now died by the hundreds as fire poured into the packed mass of humanity, trying to squeeze through the narrow escape route. Soviet tanks advanced directly into the German columns. Crews drove their vehicles over wagons, over the wounded lying on the ground, over men desperately trying to get away. The tanks crushed everything in their path. Steel treads ground flesh and bone into the frozen mud. Survivors described seeing wounded comrades disappear beneath advancing T-34s, their screams cut short by tons of metal. Then came something from another century entirely. The Soviet 5th Guards Cavalry Corps charged into the German mass. Mounted soldiers rode down their victims and hacked away with their sabers. In 1944, with tanks and aircraft and artillery dominating the battlefield, men on horses killed with edged weapons. The cavalry charge succeeded because German cohesion had completely collapsed. The soldiers stumbling through Hell's Gate were not a military formation. They were individuals trying to survive. They had no mutual support. They had no coordinated defense. They had nothing except the hope that the next step would not be their last. The chaos was so complete that even Soviet forces suffered from fog of war. Red Army tanker Dmitry Loza recorded in his memoir that as tanks approached from the south, Soviet Shermans drove from the north, T-34 crews, unaware of the other Soviet forces' presence, set ablaze the tank of battalion commander Nikolai Nikolaevich Maslyukov, killing him. The Soviets were killing each other in the confusion of the slaughter, and still the carnage continued. More than 34% of the trapped German soldiers, over 20,000 men, did not survive the breakout attempt. 1 in 3 never made it through. They died in the snow, cut down by artillery fire, crushed beneath tank treads, sabered by cavalry, or simply frozen in the blizzard when wounds or exhaustion made further movement impossible. The casualty rate exceeded any acceptable military attrition. This was not a battle. This was the human cost of Hitler's no-retreat policy, measured in bodies that would lie frozen until spring. When the last survivors stumbled through German lines on February 18th, they brought news of a disaster. But the true catastrophe was only beginning. The 20,000 dead at Hell's Gate were only the beginning. Korsun-Cherkassy had broken something far larger than one pocket. The entire German defensive line in Ukraine unraveled in the immediate aftermath. The destruction of 2 corps created a gap that could not be plugged with available reserves. Divisions that might have held adjacent sectors had to shift to cover the hole left by the annihilated Korsun pocket. The front that had held through January suddenly fractured in February. Soviet forces poured through the gaps. In the north, the Soviets cleared the southern edge of the Pripyat marshes. Nothing stood between them and the Carpathian Mountains. The route toward Romania and Hungary lay open Germany's critical southeastern allies, the sources of oil that kept the Wehrmacht mobile, suddenly faced direct threat. In the south, Germans were forced from Krivoy Rog with its huge iron ore deposits and manganese reserves. These were not symbolic losses. Manganese was a key metal for military production, essential for steel and armor plate. The loss directly impacted Germany's ability to replace combat losses in tanks and equipment. The strategic consequences cascaded further. The retreat from the southern Dnieper made the defense of Crimea all but impossible. The narrow Perekop Isthmus connecting Crimea to the mainland could have been held by the forces destroyed at Korsun-Cherkassy. Without those divisions, the entire Crimean garrison faced eventual encirclement and destruction. The peninsula that Germany had fought to capture in 1941 and 1942 would be lost in 1944, and the seeds of that loss were planted in the snow outside Korsun. One encirclement triggered systematic collapse across hundreds of miles of front. The destruction of 60,000 men and the loss of 20,000 more in a single night's breakout attempt did not just eliminate 2 corps. It eliminated the reserves, the defensive depth, and the mobile forces needed to stabilize a fluid front. Soviet commanders recognized the opportunity, they pressed the advantage, and the entire German position in Ukraine, which had seemed stable in January, became untenable by March. But the most damning consequence of Korsun-Cherkassy wasn't what it destroyed in February 1944. It was what it revealed about what was coming. Every element of the disaster at Korsun-Cherkassy, Zhukov's coordination, the rapid encirclement, the fortress order, the failed relief, the breakout carnage, would repeat on a vastly larger scale in just 4 months. Korsun-Cherkassy demonstrated that the Soviets had mastered operational-level encirclement warfare. The multi-front coordination between Konev and Vatutin showed they could synchronize separate armies across vast distances. The overwhelming force ratios, 400,000 against 60,000, showed they could deploy numerical superiority with confidence. The rapid encirclement tempo, 4 days from attack to completed pocket, showed they had learned to move faster than German commanders could react. The ability to maintain both an inner ring containing the pocket and an outer ring. Blocking relief forces showed they had solved the logistical challenges that made encirclement operations so difficult. Every one of these capabilities would reappear at Operation Bagration. Marshal Zhukov's coordination of multiple fronts in a synchronized deep operation at Korsun was a direct rehearsal for his role coordinating the even more devastating multi-front encirclements that would destroy Army Group Center. The methods were identical. The scale would be larger. The outcome would be catastrophic. The battle also revealed the fatal consequences of Hitler's fortress policy and his refusal to authorize timely retreat. At Korsun, Hitler's order to hold in place wasted the critical days when escape corridors remained open. His order to attempt a counter-encirclement consumed time and resources that could have been used for organized withdrawal. His refusal to authorize breakout until the situation became desperate guaranteed that when the breakout finally occurred, it would happen under the worst possible conditions. Every one of these decisions would be repeated at Bagration, with even more disastrous results. Despite the clear warning that Soviet operational capabilities had reached a level that could systematically destroy German army groups, German high command failed to adapt defensive doctrine or override Hitler's no-retreat orders before facing Bagration. The lessons were visible. Officers who survived Hell's Gate carried those lessons back to German lines. They reported what they had seen. They described the coordination, the overwhelming force, the speed of encirclement, and the catastrophic cost of delayed breakout. Their warnings went unheeded at the command level where decisions were made. When Operation Bagration exploded across Belarusia on June 22, 1944, it wasn't a surprise. It was Korsun-Cherkassy multiplied by 10, and this time there would be no survivors to tell the tale of Hell's Gate. History remembers Stalingrad. History remembers Bagration. But the battle that connected them, the rehearsal that warned of everything to come, has been almost entirely forgotten. Korsun-Cherkassy occupies a strange middle ground in historical memory. It came too late to be grouped with Stalingrad's turning point narrative. The battle occurred in February 1944, when Germany's defeat was already inevitable to anyone analyzing production figures and force ratios. It came too early to be included in the final collapse story of 1944 and 1945. Bagration, which happened just 4 months later, overshadowed Korsun in both scale and strategic impact. The forgotten battle fell into the gap between the dramatic turning point and the final catastrophe. The battle also demonstrated every element that made Soviet deep operations devastating, yet it was small enough in scale that its lessons could be dismissed or ignored by German leadership as an aberration rather than a template. 60,000 men encircled was terrible, but not unprecedented. 20,000 casualties in the breakout was horrific, but not on the scale of Stalingrad's 300,000. The collapse of the Ukrainian front was serious, but not immediately fatal to Germany's ability to continue the war. Every metric suggested Korsun-Cherkassy was a significant defeat, but not a decisive catastrophe. This perception was catastrophically wrong. The battle's significance lay not in its immediate impact, but in what it revealed about Soviet capabilities and German vulnerabilities. Korsun-Cherkassy proved the Soviets could execute Stalingrad-style encirclements as operational doctrine. It proved Hitler's fortress policy would transform manageable withdrawals into massacres. It proved German relief forces could not break through Soviet blocking positions, even when the trapped pocket was relatively small. Every one of these lessons pointed toward Bagration, but the scale of Korsun was small enough that German high command could avoid confronting the implications. The 34% casualty rate and the horror of Hell's Gate matched or exceeded the intensity of more famous encirclements. Yet the battle lacks the symbolic weight of Stalingrad or the strategic decisiveness of Bagration in popular understanding. For the soldiers who survived Hell's Gate, stumbling through blizzards while cavalry sabered their comrades and artillery turned snow red, Korsun-Cherkassy was anything but forgotten. But their warnings went unheeded at the command level where strategic decisions were made. Perhaps Korsun-Cherkassy remains forgotten precisely because remembering it makes the catastrophe of Bagration even more inexcusable. The warning was clear, the lessons were written in blood, and no one listened. So why does Korsun-Cherkassy matter? Because it was the moment when the Eastern Front's outcome became inevitable, and everyone who needed to see it looked away. Korsun-Cherkassy was the moment the Soviets proved they could replicate Stalingrad's encirclement not once, not accidentally, but systematically as operational doctrine that could be deployed at will. The 4-day encirclement tempo, the multi-front coordination, the overwhelming force ratios, and the ability to maintain both inner and outer rings simultaneously demonstrated that the Red Army had evolved from the desperate defender of 1941 into an offensive juggernaut that could execute complex operations with precision. This was not the Soviet Union barely surviving. This was the Soviet Union demonstrating mastery of operational art. The battle's 34% casualty rate in the Hell's Gate breakout demonstrated the human cost of Hitler's fortress policy more clearly than any other single engagement between Stalingrad and Bagration. 20,000 men died in a single night because Hitler refused to authorize retreat when escape was still possible. The direct causal line between Hitler's order to hold in place and the bodies piled in the snow could not have been clearer. Every staff officer analyzing the battle could see that timely withdrawal would have saved those lives. But Hitler's authority remained absolute, and his policy remained unchanged. Marshal Zhukov's coordination at Korsun-Cherkassy was the direct operational rehearsal for his role at Bagration. The same commander used the same methods to achieve the same multi-front coordination, but with lessons learned and refined. The encirclement at Korsun took 4 days. The encirclements at Bagration would take less. The force ratios at Korsun were 5-to-1. At Bagration, they would be even higher. Zhukov took everything that worked at Korsun and scaled it up for the destruction of Army Group Center. The immediate strategic collapse across Ukraine after Korsun-Cherkassy, the unraveling of the entire front, loss of critical resources, and exposure of Allied flanks, previewed exactly how Bagration would shatter Army Group Center and open the road to Berlin I encirclement, created cascading failures across hundreds of miles. The loss of reserves, defensive depth, and mobile forces meant adjacent sectors could not hold. The pattern was clear. The warning was explicit, and 4 months later, the same pattern would repeat on a scale that destroyed an entire German army group and killed or captured 450,000 soldiers. The story of Korsun-Cherkassy is ultimately the story of a warning ignored, 60,000 men encircled, 20,000 dead in the snow, an entire front collapsed, and 4 months later, when Bagration destroyed Army Group Center and killed or captured 450,000 German soldiers, no one could say they hadn't been warned. Hell's Gate had shown them exactly what was coming. Korsun-Cherkassy stands as the forgotten little Stalingrad, the battle where the Soviets proved they had mastered the operational art of encirclement where Hitler's refusal to authorize retreat transformed manageable withdrawal into Hell's Gate carnage, and where every element of the coming catastrophe at Bagration was rehearsed and revealed. The 34% who died in the snow, cut down by cavalry sabers and artillery in a blizzard, paid the price for lessons that would go unlearned. Their deaths demonstrated with mathematical precision what happened when encirclement combined with delayed breakout. Their suffering showed what Hitler's fortress policy meant in human terms. Their sacrifice bought knowledge that could have prevented an even greater catastrophe. When we ask how 450,000 German soldiers could be encircled and destroyed at Bagration just 4 months later, the answer lies in the frozen killing ground outside Korsun-Cherkassy, where the warning was written in blood, and no one with the power to act chose to read it. Zhukov showed his methods. Hitler revealed his inflexibility. The combination proved fatal, and the pattern repeated because the lesson went unlearned. History forgot Korsun-Cherkassy, but the men who died there bought the knowledge that could have prevented an even greater catastrophe. That their sacrifice was ignored makes this forgotten battle not just tragic, but unforgivable. 20,000 men died, showing exactly what would happen at Bagration. The warning could not have been clearer. The cost could not have been higher. And when the catastrophe came in June 1944, destroying Army Group Center and opening the road to Berlin, the ghosts of Hell's Gate could have told them they had seen it all before. The blizzard that struck on February 16, 1944, eventually cleared. The bodies frozen in the snow eventually thawed. But the lesson written in blood and cavalry charges and artillery fire remained, waiting for someone with the authority and courage to read it. No one did. And so, Korsun-Cherkassy remains what it has always been, the forgotten rehearsal for the catastrophe that ended Nazi Germany's ability to defend the Eastern Front. History may have forgotten the name, but the pattern it revealed, encirclement, delay, breakout, slaughter, became the template for Soviet victory. The 20,000 who died at Hell's Gate deserved better than to be forgotten. They deserved to be the warning that was heeded. Instead, they became the prologue to an even greater tragedy, proof that sometimes the most important battles are the ones history chooses to ignore. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching. In the scorching summer of 1943, the fields of Kursk bore witness to a clash of titans unlike any before. This was not just a battle, it was a colossal gamble in the deadliest casino of World War II, where the stakes were nations and the dice were tanks. As spring 1943 unfolded, the Nazi war machine found itself entangled in a web of strategic dilemmas, each more pressing than the last. The crushing defeat at Stalingrad in the winter of 1942-43 had bruised the German army, stripping it of its aura of invincibility. The Red Army, emboldened by this victory, launched several offensives, pushing the Germans back across the vast Eastern Front. Meanwhile, the Allies had established a firm footing in North Africa, and relentless bombing campaigns were devastating German cities and hampering industrial output. In this context, Adolf Hitler was desperate to regain the initiative. The German High Command, reeling from these setbacks, was divided between pursuing a defensive strategy or making one last grand offensive push. Hitler, obsessed with a belief in the superiority of the German soldier and the new weapons at his disposal, chose the latter. The target was the Kursk salient, a 150-mile bulge into German lines, where Soviet forces had fortified their positions, fully expecting an attack. Hitler believed that a massive, concentrated blow here could encircle and destroy a significant portion of the Soviet combat strength, stabilizing the Eastern Front and shifting momentum back to Germany. This decision led to a delay of the offensive, initially planned for spring, to allow time for the production and deployment of new weapons, including the formidable Tiger and newly introduced Panther tanks. The postponement proved costly. Soviet intelligence and reconnaissance revealed German intentions, and the Red Army used the extra months to fortify the Kursk salient with deep layers of defensive works, minefields, and artillery positions. By the time the battle commenced, the Soviets had prepared a formidable defensive network designed to wear down the attackers in an attritional fight for which the Germans were not prepared. The Germans codenamed their plan Operation Citadel. It was to be a pincer attack, with the 9th Army striking from the north and the 4th Panzer Army from the south, aiming to encircle Soviet forces within the salient. The buildup was immense. The Germans assembled roughly 780,000 to 800,000 soldiers, about 2,700 to 2,900 tanks and assault guns, close to 10,000 guns and mortars, and around 2,000 aircraft. In response, the Soviets mobilized approximately 1.9 million soldiers, nearly 5,000 tanks and assault guns, over 20,000 guns and mortars, and more than 2,400 aircraft, a testament to their improving production and reserves. The strategic deadlock that drove the decision to launch Kursk had stemmed from German miscalculations and a persistent underestimation of Soviet capabilities and resolve. The command structure, riddled with conflicting strategies and plagued by Hitler's increasingly erratic directives, faced a Red Army growing in confidence and skill. The Soviets had not only survived the brutal onslaught of the early war years, they had adapted, learned, and hardened into a more effective fighting force. With the stage set and plans drawn, the German military machine geared up for what would become the Battle of Kursk, a decision fraught with dire implications. As troops moved into position under cover of darkness, the air was thick with anticipation and the heavy scent of diesel and dust. The coming battle was not merely a test of might, but a crucial pivot point in the war, a moment that would either restore German momentum on the Eastern Front or herald the beginning of a relentless Soviet push westward. On July 5, 1943, the Wehrmacht unleashed Operation Citadel with a ferocity that shook the Eastern Front. Deploying nearly 800,000 men, about 2,700 tanks, and roughly 10,000 guns and mortars, the Germans launched a dual offensive aimed at encircling and crushing Soviet forces in the salient. The southern pincer, directed under Field Marshal Erich von Manstein's Army Group South, centered on Hoth's 4th Panzer Army. The northern pincer was led by Generaloberst Walter Model's 9th Army under Army Group Center. Morning broke with the roar of engines and artillery as the Germans attempted fast-moving combined arms assaults reminiscent of their early war successes. Initially, the Germans made significant inroads. In the south, Manstein's forces advanced up to 12 kilometers on the first day, breaching Soviet frontline defenses. Panzer divisions, spearheaded in part by the newly issued Panthers and supported by Tigers, punched into the first defensive belts. But mechanical troubles and dense minefields quickly sapped momentum. In the north, Model's forces faced even tougher resistance, yet still pushed forward, inflicting severe damage on the Soviet 13th Army. The Luftwaffe provided crucial support, disrupting Soviet reinforcements and communications, though the skies were fiercely contested. However, the Soviets under Marshal Georgy Zhukov had prepared meticulously. The depth and complexity of the defensive lines were unlike anything the Germans had encountered. Multiple belts filled with anti-tank ditches, minefields, and fortified positions, extending on the order of tens of kilometers in the main sectors and backed by further echelons and reserves. The Soviets also held a substantial reserve, including thousands of tanks and heavy artillery, ready to be committed at decisive points. As the battle wore on, the initial German thrusts lost momentum against a gritty defense. Early tactical gains could not be converted into a breakthrough. In the northern sector, the principal breaks were dense minefields, anti-tank strongpoints, and well-sighted artillery, which bogged down armored units and blunted tactical mobility. The Soviet Air Force, though taking heavy losses, flew relentless sorties that challenged German air support and harried supply lines. The intensity of the Soviet response was epitomized at Prokhorovka, where one of history's largest armored clashes took place on July 12th. There, the Soviet 5th Guards Tank Army engaged the 2nd SS Panzer Corps in a massive, chaotic battle involving roughly 900 to 1,300 tanks and assault guns. Although suffering severe losses, the Soviets halted the elite German formations and denied the strategic breakthrough needed to win the battle. Prokhorovka showcased the improved tactics and resilience of the Red Army, forged through hard experience against the Wehrmacht. Meanwhile, the sheer scale of Soviet preparedness jarred the German command. Intelligence failures and underestimation of Soviet strength produced grave misjudgments. German logistics, already strained by earlier campaigns, could not keep pace with the demands of continuous heavy fighting. Ammunition and fuel shortages began to bite, and the cumulative effects of minefields, artillery, and counterattacks steadily eroded offensive power. In conclusion, while Operation Citadel opened with a powerful assault, Soviet tenacity and preparation, combined with the hard limits of terrain, fortifications, and logistics, gradually eroded German operational capability. What had been conceived as a quick, decisive blow transformed into a costly attritional struggle, marking a pivotal shift on the Eastern Front. Unable to achieve their strategic objectives, the Germans confronted a resolute, reinvigorated foe, setting the stage for relentless Soviet offensives that would push westward toward Berlin. Just when a German breakthrough seemed possible, the Red Army unveiled its carefully orchestrated countermeasures. Anticipating the battle's decisive nature, the Soviets had seeded the approaches with mines, anti-tank ditches, and extensive barbed wire, explicitly designed to sap armored momentum. This layered depth blunted the offensive. German forces under Model and Hoth found themselves mired in grinding attritional warfare, far from lightning encirclements. As the panzers struggled against fortified positions, the Red Army committed reserves with precision. Marshal Zhukov and General Rokossovsky had amassed a formidable pool of fresh divisions. Held back until the critical moment, these reinforcements were unleashed in counteroffensives beginning in mid-July 1943. The impact was immediate. German units, worn down by days of combat and logistical strain, were ill-prepared to withstand fresh Soviet armored and infantry assaults. Allied Lend-Lease support bolstered this momentum. Most notably, the hundreds of thousands of trucks delivered over the course of the war greatly improved Soviet operational mobility and supply on the vast front. In addition, intelligence inputs from Allied sources, combined with Soviet reconnaissance, helped the Stavka anticipate German movements and concentrate force at decisive points. The ubiquitous T-34, fielded in great numbers with its sloped armor and 76.2 mm gun, remained a backbone of Soviet armored strength and proved competitive against Panthers and Tigers when used en masse and with close artillery support. Relentless Soviet barrages, orchestrated with growing skill, hammered German divisions, steadily breaking their cohesion. With German formations reeling, the stage was set for a decisive turn. The Soviet Air Force, more experienced and better equipped than in 1941 to 42, increasingly contested the skies and constrained the Luftwaffe's ability to shape the ground battle. Stretched across multiple fronts, German air units could no longer guarantee the concentrated support their ground forces needed. By late July, the German command recognized the futility of continuing Citadel. Hitler curtailed the operation in the wake of the Allied landing in Sicily and the mounting Soviet pressure. The Red Army did not relent. Instead, it pressed its advantage with subsequent operations across a broad front. Cities and territories lost earlier were retaken one after another. The shift in momentum was irreversible. Kursk not only marked a turning point in the east, it heralded the decline of German military fortunes. The Wehrmacht's aura of invincibility was shattered, and the Red Army's confidence soared, setting the stage for the long march to Berlin. As the dust settled on the fields of Kursk, it was clear that the Soviet Union had not merely survived the onslaught, it had learned, adapted, and emerged stronger. Strategic acumen, crucial Allied support, and robust industrial output combined to turn the tide dramatically against the Axis in the east. The Battle of Kursk remains a testament to the resilience and tenacity of Soviet forces, whose victory laid the foundation for Nazi Germany's ultimate defeat. As the ravaged landscape quieted, the reasons behind the German defeat crystallized. Kursk marked a pivotal moment in World War II and a turning point in modern operational art. Operation Citadel, an attempt to encircle and annihilate Soviet forces in the salient, rested on the assumption that a swift, concentrated attack could regain the initiative. Instead, a combination of misjudgments, overextended supply lines, and formidable defenses produced failure. The first and perhaps most critical strategic error was the delay. Originally planned for May 1943, the operation slipped to July. That postponement gave the Red Army time to lay deep, layered defenses on the order of dozens of kilometers in the key sectors, laced with minefields, anti-tank ditches, and reinforced bunkers, designed to disrupt and decimate armored thrusts. When the Germans finally attacked, they found not a surprised enemy, but one of the most formidable defensive systems yet engineered. Tactically, the Germans underestimated Soviet capability and resilience. By mid-1943, the Red Army had grown in size and notably improved its tactical and operational proficiency under the pressure of continuous large-scale engagements. The continued mass fielding of T-34s and the timely commitment of well-equipped reserves played crucial roles in blunting the offensive. German intelligence failed to fully account for these developments, fostering overconfidence. German air superiority, so decisive earlier in the war, was increasingly contested. The Soviet Air Force, benefiting from better aircraft and more experienced pilots, engaged the Luftwaffe relentlessly. This aerial struggle drained German resources and reduced the effectiveness of ground support, tipping the balance further away from a decisive German edge. The human cost also had profound long-term effects. German casualties were high, and the loss of veteran troops and critical armored equipment weakened their ability to mount future offensives. Psychologically, the defeat at Kursk shattered the myth of invincibility. In the aftermath, Kursk exposed the limits of rapid breakthrough tactics against a well-prepared, determined adversary. It handed the strategic initiative to the Soviets. From this point forward, the Red Army shifted decisively to offensive operations, recapturing lost territory and pushing the Germans back across a broad front. The ramifications extended well beyond the battlefield. Kursk marked the beginning of a sustained Soviet advance that would eventually carry to the heart of Berlin. The defeat significantly depleted German strength and morale, accelerating Allied successes on all fronts. As historians and military analysts look back, Kursk stands as a critical lesson in the dynamics of warfare, illustrating the consequences of underestimating an enemy's capacity to learn, adapt, and fortify under pressure. This battle not only reshaped the Eastern Front, it helped redefine the pathways to victory in the Second World War. The Battle of Kursk stands as a monumental testament to the limits of military power and the unyielding spirit of resistance. It was not merely a battle, but a lesson in the dynamics of war, strategy, and human endurance. If you enjoyed this story, subscribe for more World War II history. Thanks for watching.
In September 1943, 4 million soldiers raced toward Europe's fourth longest river. The Germans called it their Eastern Wall, the barrier that would stop the Red Army cold. But Field Marshal von Manstein knew the truth. His armies were running toward nothing, The fortifications Hitler promised existed only on paper. What followed wasn't a battle. It was a 2,000-kilometer catastrophe that would unfold across 60 days of unrelenting horror. More soldiers would die here than at Stalingrad and Kursk combined. The Dnieper would become the graveyard of German defensive doctrine, the place where the Wehrmacht learned they would never stop running again. This is the story of how Hitler's last hope became Germany's greatest disaster. How an entire army ran toward salvation that didn't exist. How a river meant to save the Third Reich instead drowned it in blood. July 1943. Kursk. The Wehrmacht threw everything into one last offensive. Operation Citadel. Hitler's final gamble to regain the initiative in the east. They lost. Completely. 500,000 German soldiers never came home. Thousands of tanks, Tigers, Panthers, Ferdinand tank destroyers turned to scrap metal in the Ukrainian wheat fields. The Luftwaffe burned through pilots it couldn't replace. Entire divisions that had conquered France and Poland simply ceased to exist. Germany's offensive power died in those burning fields. But Stalin didn't pause. Not for one day. Not for 1 hour. On August 3rd, while German commanders still counted their dead, 5 Soviet fronts started moving. Nearly 4 million men surged forward. More tanks than Germany could build in a year rolled west. Their new strategy was revolutionary in its simplicity. Forget the complex encirclements that had defined earlier Soviet operations. Just take territory. Fast. Relentlessly. Give the Germans no time to regroup, no time to think, no time to build defenses. General Zhukov gathered his commanders and laid out the new doctrine. Chase them. Don't let them breathe. Don't let them dig in. Every hour they run, they grow weaker. Every kilometer we advance, we grow stronger. The mathematics of war had shifted catastrophically against Germany. Soviet factories were pumping out 3 tanks for every German tank destroyed. The T-34s rolled off production lines in the Urals every 4 hours. American Lend-Lease trucks, 400,000 of them, carried Soviet infantry forward at speeds the horse-drawn Wehrmacht couldn't match. The Wehrmacht had no reserves left. Nothing. The strategic reserve that had saved them so many times before no longer existed. A German officer, Major Klaus Becker, wrote to his wife, "We used to attack. Now we just run. We used to choose where to fight. Now we fight wherever they catch us." Colonel Hans von Luck, watching the Soviet tide approach, recorded in his diary, "It's not an army advancing anymore. It's a force of nature. Like trying to stop the ocean with your bare hands." Therefore, when Manstein looked at his maps in early August, he saw disaster approaching like a thunderstorm. 5 red arrows converging on his exhausted divisions. Each arrow represented a Soviet front, hundreds of thousands of men, thousands of tanks, endless artillery. His Army Group South had no reserves to stop them, no fresh divisions hidden in the rear. His only option, retreat to the Dnieper, and pray the promised fortifications were real. But even as his men began their desperate march west, Manstein suspected the terrible truth. For 2 years, Hitler had forbidden any talk of defensive lines in the east. Building fortifications meant admitting the Wehrmacht might retreat. That was defeatist thinking, punishable by death. Hitler lived in a fantasy where every meter of conquered soil was sacred. In his Wolf's Lair headquarters in East Prussia, surrounded by maps showing divisions that no longer existed, he issued impossible orders to hold positions that had already fallen. Any general who suggested building defenses was branded a coward. Several were shot. But on August 11, 1943, with Soviets charging across Ukraine like wolves sensing wounded prey, Hitler finally gave the order. Build the eastern wall along the Dnieper. Make it impregnable. Turn the river into a fortress that would break the Red Army. The order read like fiction. Construct concrete bunkers at 500-meter intervals. Install anti-tank obstacles for a depth of 10 kilometers. Create interlocking fields of fire. Mine all approaches. Position artillery in hardened emplacements. Local commanders read the order and laughed, or cried. Some did both. They had 6 weeks to build what the Atlantic Wall took 3 years to construct. They had no concrete. The factories were rubble. No steel. It all went to tank production. No engineers. They were dead at Kursk, their bodies rotting in tank trenches. The organization chief who could have managed such a project, Fritz Todt, had died in a mysterious plane crash. His replacement was a Nazi party hack who had never built anything larger than a garage. Major General Friedrich von Mellenthin called it building a castle out of sand while the tide rolls in. Another officer was more direct. We've been ordered to stop the Soviets with wishes and fairy tales. The reality was worse than just lack of materials. The German construction battalions that should build these fortifications were already in full retreat. The slave laborers who might have dug trenches had fled or joined partisan groups. Local commanders found themselves with orders to build fortifications but no hands to build them. No tools to build with. No materials to use. Manstein knew the truth. In his diary he wrote, "The Ostwall is fiction. We retreat toward nothing but a river and death." But he had no choice. 2 million Soviets were chasing his men. They needed those fortifications to exist, even if only in their imagination. Hope, even false hope, was all that kept his men moving. A staff officer remembered Manstein staring at the Dnieper on his map, tracing the river with his finger and saying quietly, "This is where the Reich dies." Therefore, German soldiers marched toward the Dnieper believing salvation waited there. Their officers knew better, but said nothing. What would be the point of telling exhausted men that their last hope was a lie? September 1943. The retreat turned into a race. Then into a rout. Soviet tanks advanced 20 kilometers every single day. German infantry couldn't march that fast. Their feet bled through torn boots. Horses collapsed and were left to die. Trucks ran out of fuel and were pushed into ravines. Men threw away everything: ammunition, food, weapons, even photographs of loved ones, just to move faster. The Wehrmacht that had conquered Europe was dissolving like snow and rain. Manstein ordered scorched earth. Burn everything. Destroy every bridge, every railway, every building. Every well was to be poisoned. Every grain silo burned. Leave nothing for the Soviets but ashes and death. German pioneer units worked with systematic cruelty. They dynamited the massive Zaporozhye Dam. Millions of tons of water flooded Ukrainian farmland. Entire villages vanished underwater. Thousands of civilians drowned in their homes. The Wehrmacht burned grain fields that could have fed millions through the coming winter. They slaughtered livestock and threw the carcasses into wells. They turned Ukraine into a wasteland. A Ukrainian survivor, Oksana Marchenko, remembered, "First, they stole everything. Then they burned everything. Then they mined the ashes so we couldn't even search for food." But the Soviets kept coming. General Vatutin's tanks didn't stop for destroyed bridges. His engineers built new ones in hours using American-supplied equipment. General Konev's infantry didn't stop for burned villages. They carried their own supplies in endless convoys of Studebaker trucks. General Rokossovsky pushed from the north like a hammer striking an anvil. Stalin had promised medals to whoever reached the Dnieper first. More than medals. Glory, promotion, their names in history. Soviet commanders raced each other toward glory, pushing their exhausted men beyond human limits. Tank crews drove 20 hours straight, falling asleep at their controls. Infantry marched until they collapsed, were loaded onto trucks, then marched again when they woke. Meanwhile, German units were dissolving into chaos. The 9th Panzer Division started the retreat with 100 tanks. By mid-September, they had 12 working vehicles. The 257th Infantry Division could only account for 2,000 men out of 10,000. No one knew if the rest were dead, captured, or simply lost in the vastness of the steppe. Sergeant Hans Miller kept a diary that survived the war. September 10th. Threw away my extra ammunition. Too heavy. September 12th. Left the field kitchen behind. No fuel to pull it. September 14th. Abandoned the wounded. God forgive us. September 15th. I see the Dnieper. Thank God. September 16th. There are no fortifications. We're all dead. The retreat spawned its own horrors. German military police shot deserters, often just exhausted soldiers who had fallen behind. Partisan attacks increased daily. Every forest might hide Soviet raiders. Every village might be a trap. The Wehrmacht wasn't an army anymore. It was a mob running west. Therefore, by September 20th, the first German units reached the river they thought would save them. What they found would destroy the last remnants of hope. The first German soldiers to reach the Dnieper couldn't believe their eyes. No bunkers, no trenches, no barbed wire, no minefields, no artillery positions, nothing. Just 3 kilometers of open water and bare riverbank, empty fields, a few Ukrainian fishing villages, abandoned and burned. The Eastern Wall, Hitler's impregnable barrier, the fortress that would stop the Red Army, didn't exist, had never existed, would never exist. Private Wilhelm Hoffmann wrote home what would be his last letter. They promised us fortifications. We found dirt and water. We're dead men walking. The Dnieper was wide, yes. In some places 3 kilometers across. The third largest river in Europe, flowing from Russia to the Black Sea. In normal times, it would be a formidable obstacle. But September 1943 brought the worst drought in decades. Water levels were the lowest anyone could remember. Sandbars appeared where deep channels should flow. A determined man could wade across at dozens of points. The river that was supposed to save Germany was barely deeper than a tall man in many places. Worse, the Wehrmacht had destroyed its own bridging equipment during the retreat. Following standard doctrine, they had blown up or abandoned their pontoon bridges to slow the Soviets. Now they couldn't even cross to the western bank properly. German engineers had to swim across with ropes, building makeshift ferries under constant Soviet artillery fire. Men drowned trying to string cables across the current. Lieutenant Colonel Ernst Baumann of the 72nd Infantry Division recorded the scene. We arrived at our fortress to find nothing but mud. The men looked at me, waiting for orders. What could I say? Dig in with your helmets? Hold the river with rifles against tanks? I told them to dig foxholes and pray. Within hours of Germans arriving, Soviet reconnaissance units appeared on the eastern bank. They saw the same thing. No defenses. Just exhausted German soldiers trying to dig foxholes with their helmets and bare hands. Some Germans hadn't even crossed the river yet. They were still milling on the eastern bank, unsure what to do. Soviet scouts couldn't believe their luck. One radioed back, "The fascists have nothing." Repeat, nothing. Just men and rifles. Request immediate assault. The German soldiers knew they were doomed. A Wehrmacht corporal named Friedrich wrote in a letter found on his body, "We ran 400 kilometers to reach safety. There is no safety. Only a river we can't defend. Mother, I won't see Christmas." Therefore, Soviet commanders immediately ordered, "Cross. Now. Everywhere." Before the Germans could organize even basic defenses. September 22, 1943. 2 a.m. darkness across the Dnieper. The first Soviet soldier slipped into the dark water. Then another. Then thousands. Then tens of thousands. The Red Army didn't wait for boats. Soldiers crossed on logs, doors ripped from houses, barn roofs, anything that floated. Some just swam, holding rifles above their heads, grenades in their teeth. They crossed at night, in fog, during artillery barrages, whenever Germans couldn't see them clearly. Private Ivan Chernyshev, who survived the crossing at Kiev, remembered, "The water was cold. So cold. My fingers went numb holding my rifle up. Around me, men were drowning. But we kept swimming." The commissar had said, "The motherland needs the western bank." So we swam. The Soviets attacked the river at multiple points simultaneously. Not 10 crossings. Not 50. They attempted crossings everywhere they could. By September 24th, Soviet units had established beachheads at dozens of locations along the entire front. At Novopetrovka, a Soviet battalion crossed using coffins stolen from a cemetery. At Gradisk, combat engineers lashed together a bridge from destroyed German vehicles. Near Cherkassy, an entire regiment crossed by walking across a dam the Germans had failed to destroy. Manstein couldn't respond. He had one exhausted division for every 30 kilometers of river. To stop a single crossing required 3 divisions concentrated at one point. The mathematics were impossible. It was like trying to stop rain with a tennis racket. He tried anyway. The 24th Panzer Division raced to crush a bridgehead at Bagration. They arrived to find not 1 crossing, but 5. The 7th Panzer attacked crossings near Kremenchuk. While they were engaged, Soviets crossed 10 kilometers north and south. But Stalin wanted faster progress. He ordered the 3rd Guards Airborne Corps dropped behind German lines at Bagration. It became a massacre. Transport planes flew into German flak without fighter escort. Paratroopers dropped into swamps, onto German positions, into the river itself. Of 4,500 Soviet paratroopers, 901 were captured or killed in 24 hours, their bodies hanging from trees where German troops displayed them as warnings. The rest scattered into forests, hunted like animals by German rearguard units and Ukrainian collaborators. Yet even this disaster couldn't stop the river crossings. The failed airborne operation actually helped. It drew German reserves away from the river itself. Lieutenant Pavel Nikonov led 40 men across near Kremenchuk using a stolen fishing boat. They held their bridgehead against 2 German companies for 3 days until relief arrived. Only 3 survived. All 40 became heroes of the Soviet Union, most posthumously. A German officer, Major Otto Kretschmer, reported to headquarters, "They're crossing everywhere. We shoot them in the water. More keep coming. We run to stop a crossing in the north. They cross in the south. We have no reserves, no ammunition. The men haven't slept in 5 days. This is not a battle anymore. It's a nightmare." By September 30th, the Red Army had established 23 major bridgeheads on the western bank. Each one was a dagger pointed at Germany's heart. Therefore, within 1 week, what Berlin called an impregnable barrier had become a sieve leaking Soviet armies. October 1943. The bridgeheads started connecting like spreading cancer. What began as isolated footholds became a continuous Soviet-controlled western bank. German counterattacks failed catastrophically. They had no tanks. Most were destroyed in the retreat. They had no air support. The Luftwaffe was fighting for its life over Germany itself, trying to stop Allied bombers from erasing German cities. Army Group South stretched across 700 kilometers, 1 division per 30 kilometers. Doctrine demanded 1 division per 10 kilometers maximum. The math meant death. German artillery had no shells. Units reported firing their last rounds and using anti-tank guns as makeshift artillery. Some positions defended themselves with captured Soviet weapons because German supply lines had completely collapsed. Manstein sent Hitler desperate telegrams. Cannot hold. Request permission to withdraw to the Bug River. Hitler's response: hold at all costs. We have no reserves. Repeat, no reserves. Hitler: find reserves. Hold the line. The line doesn't exist. Hitler stopped responding, but there was nothing left to hold with. The 24th Panzer Division had 8 working tanks and was calling itself a Panzer Division out of habit. The 46th Infantry had lost 2/3 of its men and merged with remnants of 3 other shattered divisions. Some companies were down to 30 soldiers commanding themselves because all officers were dead. Soviet artillery dominated the river. Thousands of guns fired day and night. The bombardments could be heard in Romania. German soldiers couldn't move in daylight. They couldn't bring up supplies. They couldn't evacuate wounded. They could only watch as more Soviet divisions poured across their impregnable river. General Konev's troops took Kremenchug on September 29th. Vatutin's forces surrounded German units at Cherkassy. Rokossovsky pushed toward Kiev. The Wehrmacht wasn't fighting anymore. They were drowning in a red tide. Colonel Ernst von Reichenau wrote the last entry in his unit diary. October 12th. Soviets crossing in our sector in division strength. No reserves. No ammunition. Artillery destroyed. Most officers dead. May God help Germany, for we cannot. A German private named Joseph remembered. We could see them building bridges. Hundreds of men working in daylight. We had nothing to stop them with. I fired my rifle at them until I had no bullets. Then I just watched them come. Therefore, by mid-October, the Dnieper defense had collapsed completely. The race was over. Germany had lost. 4 million soldiers fought at the Dnieper. Roughly 450,000 were killed or missing. The river ran red for weeks. The Germans lost 400,000 men they could never replace. The Wehrmacht of 1943 died on the Dnieper's banks. Entire divisions simply ceased to exist. The 79th Infantry Division, destroyed. The 4th Panzer Division, combat ineffective. The 8th Army, shattered beyond recognition. Veterans who survived describe scenes from hell. Bodies floated downriver for weeks. The riverbanks were carpeted with dead. Ukrainian civilians were forced to dig mass graves that stretched for kilometers. The stench of death could be smelled 20 kilometers away. Soviet losses were staggering too. Entire regiments vanished in the crossing attempts. But behind every dead Soviet soldier stood 3 more. Behind every destroyed Soviet tank rolled 5 new ones from the Urals. The Red Army could absorb these losses. The Wehrmacht couldn't. By December, left bank Ukraine was liberated. Every major Ukrainian city east of the Dnieper flew the red flag. Kiev fell on November 6th, just in time for the anniversary of the October Revolution. Stalin celebrated with a 324-gun salute in Moscow. The Soviet Union had reclaimed its industrial heartland. The human cost was written in graves stretching from Kursk to Kiev. Villages that once held thousands now held dozens. Fields that should have grown wheat grew crosses instead. The scorched earth tactics left millions of civilians facing starvation. The winter of 1943 to 44 would kill almost as many Ukrainians as the battle itself. Maria Petrovna, a survivor from a village near Cherkassy, remembered, "First, the Germans burned everything when they retreated. Then came the battle. Shells day and night. Then came winter. We ate grass. We ate bark from trees. We boiled leather shoes for soup. Half our village died not from bullets, but from hunger. The strategic implications were even greater than the human cost. After the Dnieper, Germany never again held the initiative in the east. Every subsequent defensive line would fail. The Soviets had learned they could break any German position. The Germans had learned they could hold nothing. Therefore, the Battle of the Dnieper achieved what Stalingrad and Kursk had started: the complete, irreversible destruction of German power in the east. The Dnieper was meant to save the Wehrmacht. Instead, it destroyed it forever. Hitler imagined an eastern wall that would stop the Soviet advance cold. He got a river crossing that cost him 400,000 irreplaceable soldiers. The defensive line that existed only in his fantasies became the Wehrmacht's mass grave. After the Dnieper, the German army never stopped retreating. From this river to Hitler's bunker in Berlin, it would be one long, bloody withdrawal. Every defensive line would crumble. Every counterattack would fail. The Wehrmacht had learned a terrible truth at the Dnieper. They weren't an army anymore. They were just men running west, hoping to die on German soil instead of Russian snow. The Battle of the Dnieper proved that the war was lost. Not just the battle, not just the campaign, but the entire war. The mathematics had become impossible. The Soviet Union was producing more men, more tanks, more artillery than Germany could destroy. And now they had proven they could break any defensive line, cross any river, overcome any obstacle. Field Marshal von Manstein, reflecting after the war, wrote, "The Dnieper was where we stopped being soldiers and became fugitives. We knew then that we would retreat until we ran out of Germany." The Eastern Wall had fallen before it was ever built, and with it fell any chance of Nazi Germany surviving the war. The path from the Dnieper led inexorably to one place: a bunker in Berlin where a failed artist would finally understand that his 1,000-year Reich wouldn't last another 1,000 hours. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more fascinating World War II historical deep dives every week. Thanks for watching.